The four of us are here to prevent the apocalypse. We, and when I say we, I mean everyone in this cabin, can stop it from happening. Ultimately, whether the world ends or not, is completely up to you three. Your family must choose to willingly sacrifice one of the three of you in order to prevent the apocalypse.
All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome to me ranking all the 2023 new releases I saw. Real quick, I'm going to make sure my audio is working. Perfect. Audio work. You can hear me. I was having a little trouble with my mic this morning, but yes, it is time for this long ass stream today. Oh, we already got Anthony here. Hello, I like the movies. I like the movies too, sir. You are in for a long one if you are here for the whole time. So, yep, I did this last year with 103 movies last year, or for 2022 movies. And it took about 2 hours and 45 minutes. So, you go about 50% bigger on that list. Your video is going to be about 50% longer. So my projected time for how long this is going to take is about 4 hours. So yay. The next 4 hours I will be doing nothing besides this, which is fun. But yes, I'm very excited. I have my drinks here to keep me hydrated through the stream. Real quick before we get started though, I'm just going to give my overall general thoughts on the year of 2023 in film. And I would say the best word to describe 2023 in film would be disappointing. There were a lot of disappointments this year, a lot of movies that absolutely flopped, mainly like big budget films, comic book movies, absolutely box office disasters in 2023. So many movies that I wanted to be great weren't as good as I hoped they would be. Most of the movies that are in my top 10 of the year are movies that I had no idea that they were coming out at the beginning of the year. They weren't even really on my radar until like a few weeks before they came out. So yeah, not what we expected, but hey, sometimes that happens with film, right? So yeah, we got some more comments. Some of my favorite movies this year were When Evil Lurks, John Wick Chapter 4, Cobweb, Thanksgiving, and Sick. I enjoyed most of those. When Evil Lurks, you will see towards the middle of my list. The rest of them you will see very high up on that list. Oh, it's my father. Popcorn. Yes, get your popcorn ready. Oh, let me add this to the bottom. Yes, I love my tickers. All right. Without further ado, let's start off with the worst film I saw this year. And I'm going to kind of speed through these bottom ones because I already talked about them all in my worst of the year. And when we get to the best, we'll kind of speed through those. So let's talk about all those in the best of the year. But coming in 152nd place, easily the worst film I saw all year, Slaughterhouse. I don't even know where to begin when talking about this film. This is genuinely just one of the worst films I have ever seen. It's one of the few films that I have ever seen where I'm genuinely pissed off that I spent money to see that film, because the price of admission was not worth it to go through the experience that was this film. Essentially, you have this girl who's going to a sorority in college, and she wants to like win the presidency or something, decides to adopt a sloth as the like sorority mascot, and then the sloth has the cognitive ability to look on social media and see its owner posting pictures online of like hanging out with other people, gets jealous and starts killing all the sorority sisters. First off, that's dumb as fuck. Okay. But you could execute that in a way that is so terrible that it loops back around into being somewhat enjoyable. And this movie just totally misses the mark. It's just so bad that it's abysmal and borderline unwatchable. Like it's so bad, just so bad. Yeah, I implore so many people to never watch this film ever. Like, I'm sorry that I had to mention it again. This is the like third time I've mentioned this film on my channel. When I did my review, my worst of the year lists, and now here. And that's 3 more times than this film ever deserves to be mentioned. So it definitely walks away with the shit covered trophy for worst movie of the year 2023. Next up, 151, The Flood. This is a direct to streaming alligator movie, but it's kind of like your shitty shark movie that they put on stream. Sorry, I'm gonna remove that. That's irritating me. Even though I like it, it was irritating me. Anyways, think about like the most generic streaming shark movie and just kind of replace the shark with an alligator. That's essentially what this film is. We all know what bad streaming shark movies are. You know, think about like all the Sharknado movies. It's essentially as shitty as those, but with an alligator, right? The reason that it's this lower than a lot of these other films that are at the bottom here, is that this film was boring. Like, I couldn't tell you what happened. It's just so boring and forgettable that the moment something happens on screen, it moves to the next scene and you forget what happens. Like, I can't even recall what's happening in this film. And I watched it like a few months ago and I couldn't tell you jack shit about it because it's so boring and it's a shitty streaming alligator movie. Like a really shitty one. Coming! We've made it to the top 150. Let's go. We have Children of the Corn. Oh my god. This fucking movie, man. Fun fact, this movie had its world premiere in 2020, 3 years ago, and they couldn't find a distributor for this movie for 3 years because no one wanted to attach their name to this piece of shit. It is so bad. Children of the Corn, the original, is the only other Children of the Corn movie I've seen, and I don't think that movie's very good. Like, I just don't like it. It's not necessarily a story that interests me. Even though it's Stephen King, it might be my least favorite adaptation of a Stephen King thing, just my least favorite Stephen King story is Children of the Corn. And it's been remade like 3 times at this point, so yeah. But it's just a really bad Children of the Corn movie, which isn't saying much, right? So when you take a story I'm not interested in, you execute it with a next to nothing budget, extremely crappily, and then this movie has the balls to show you he who walks behind the rose, and it's literally this cornstalk Groot thing. I'm pretty sure the term I use in my worst of the year list is a cornstalk I am Groot looking motherfucker. That's pretty accurate if you ask me. It's I don't know who thought up of that, but they are a moron for thinking that that is a good idea to put on film. It looks terrible. The execution is terrible. This film is terrible. And I'm stupid enough that I bought this film on Blu-ray because I do that. So, yay me, right? Woo. 149th place. The Black Demon. Pretty much just copy and paste everything I said about The Flood, but this movie, this shitty shark film. Most shark films are bad. If you're not Jaws, you're not a good shark movie. I don't know why I keep checking these films out. I know they're going to be bad, but I still watch them anyways. Last year it was The Reef Stalked, I believe is the name of that film. That was on my worst of the year list, and it bottom 4 again this year. Another crappy shark film. So I literally don't know how to explain crappy shark movies because you just know what a crappy shark film is, and it's essentially this film. If you've seen one, you've seen them all. You've seen them all. They don't do anything new or different to make themselves stand out from the rest. I believe this one, you can see here, there's like an oil rig. I'm pretty sure they just get like trapped on this oil rig, then they have to escape this shark. That's literally Deep Blue Sea, but worse. So like, come on, like you're not even being original with what your twist on a shark film is. Like Deep Blue Sea, I haven't seen it in a long time, but it's not amazing, but it's not as bad as shark films could be. And so, like, come on, please make yourself stand out from the plethora of other ones we get a year. And thankfully, I only checked out one. Coming in 148th place. Oh, Mary Had a Little Lamb. Apparently, this is just a trend now to take these stories and turn them into horror films. You're going to see Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey slightly higher than this. Slightly higher. You have Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey this year, which is most people's least favorite film they saw all year. I'll say my piece on it when we get there. Mary Had a Little Lamb. Apparently, we're getting a Steamboat Willie Mickey Mouse horror film in like March or something. You're getting a Blood and Honey 2. There's a Bambi horror movie in the works. There's a Peter Pan horror movie in the works. Like, this is just a thing now, I guess. And the first 2 we get are trash. Like, just absolutely trash. So, being the idiot I am, I'm probably going to keep checking these films out just to see if for some ungodly reason one is good. But this one, like Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey, was not. Here, I'll show this picture again. Click. There we go. You see this lamb thing? Yeah, apparently Mary birthed this lamb thing, and it's like a child to her, and she keeps this lamb away from people because if it goes near people, it kills them. Like, what are we doing? Like, literally, what are we do? How? Like, you have a shell, I guess, of an interesting story. If someone births someone that has like that's different, I get. I don't want to say like deformed, but if you're like a lamb human hybrid thing, that's pretty fucking weird. And then they like start killing people, sure. But this is so bad. It's like the worst version of that. And then you tap into this existing thing of Mary Had a Little Lamb, this nursery rhyme, and you put a shitty lamb mask on someone, and then it baa's and kills people. I'm pretty sure the tagline to this film was "Its fleece was red as blood." It's about as creative as this film gets, is their tagline. 147. Till death do us part. This is essentially your like discount version of Ready or Not from a few years ago. But just worse. It's just worse. It's not as interesting because Ready or Not is just a significantly better film. We've already seen the better version of this movie. And so watching this, you're like, why am I not watching Ready or Not? The acting isn't very good. There's nothing of merit here. There's nothing unique about this. The only semi-interesting thing that happened this entire film is that there's a chainsaw kill. Like, cool. I like chainsaws and I like seeing them cut people up in horror films. But besides 5 seconds of this film, I didn't care. I genuinely didn't give a fuck. 146. House Party. This is one of the first movies I saw in 2023, and it's remained at like the bottom of my list for most of the year. I mean, it's in my bottom. It's my bottom 7th film of the year. Like it's supposed to be a comedy, but I didn't think it was funny at all. Apparently, it's a remake. So I don't know. There's more ammo to people who think all remakes suck. Here, go ahead, crap on this movie, please. It was just painfully unfunny. I was sitting in a theater. I didn't laugh a single time, like actively cringing at all these jokes jokes because they weren't funny. I couldn't. I don't know. I was so bored because when comedies aren't funny, they just become boring. And one of the worst things a film can do for me personally is be boring, right? At least have something there to slightly entertain me to some degree. But it just wasn't funny. Apparently, it's like these two guys are cleaning LeBron James's house and throw a party there. Wow, what a concept! What a concept! Now that I think about it, probably should be number one. 154th place. A creature was stirring. Talk about bad ideas. This movie is just full of bad ideas. But the one of them semi-interesting. Having a were porcupine is definitely unique. I have never seen that, but it wasn't very good. So that wasn't good. So for not good. Then you have this Fight Club-esque twist at the end where half the characters in this film aren't real. And it just destroys anything that was positive about this film. But it's just what? It's like you're stuck in this location with this girl who is a were porcupine and her mother is like insane or something and then imagines people break in. That's it. That's literally it. Yeah, about 30 minutes in this film, I checked out because it was a streaming film. I just like checked on like this is bad. This is bad, and I just stopped caring. I stopped caring about anything that was occurring. Because, yep, when you have were porcupines, 144. Fear. This is probably the film that aggravates me the most. Besides Slaughterhouse, fuck that film. This is probably the film that I get the most aggravated just thinking about. It probably should be lower on this list, but I think I could rewatch this one more than anything I've talked about so far. Right? Essentially, you have these people get together at this Airbnb to get away from society because of the disease outside and the variants of the disease. That's literally the terminology they use in the film. But then there's like some witchcraft stuff that goes on inside the cabin. And so then they get fearful of what's happening inside the cabin, but they're too fearful to go outside and catch the disease. Come on. First off, if you're gonna make a movie where like COVID's a plot point, just say it, okay? We have a movie way higher on this list that executes that better. Second off, there is literally a character in this film. I always think about this scene when I think about this film, where this character's like literally bleeding from his eyes, and he's like, "I'm not sick," and they're like, "Dude, you're sick," and he's like, "No, I'm not," and they're like arguing. It's like, dude, I don't know what type of life experiences you have had, but bleeding from the eyes is not something that happens to normal people in everyday life. Unless I'm missing out on something in life, which please enlighten me if I am. People don't just spontaneously start bleeding from the eyes. Beyond that, the witchcraft stuff is half-assed. The characters in this film are stupid, say the dumbest stuff. There's really stupid visuals in here. It's a January horror film. There you go. There's your explanation. January horror film. I do see there are comments here. I will read comments probably about like every 20 movies or so. So just so you guys know, I will read them eventually. I just don't want to stop after every film. Next up, Expendables 4, Expend 4 Balls, whatever you want to call it. The shitty fourth Expendables film. Wow. What a drop in quality of a franchise. I'm someone that really likes the first two Expendable films. The third one I've always thought was a bit of a misstep, never really cared for it all that much. This film made me feel bad about giving Expendables 3 like a 2.5 star on Letterboxd. It made me feel like that was cinematic, I don't know, crime, a cinematic crime to give Expendables 3 2.5 stars, because this film sucks. The green screen in this film is some of the worst CGI I have seen all year. I could probably do better. I bet you I could do better. Terrible. Absolutely terrible. The plot in this film is stupid. It misses what Expendables is supposed to be, where you bring in all these old school action stars from like the 80s and 90s and get them together in a film, and they do stuff practically. And yeah, let's just throw Megan Fox and 50 Cent and Andy Garcia in this action film. No. I don't know what planet you are living on, but 50 Cent and Andy Garcia are not action stars. Therefore, they do not fit in this film. It totally missed the mark. It's one of those films in theaters I was watching and I was like, I can't believe how bad this is. Like, you can tell. There's a lot of times when you can tell a movie's gonna be bad from like the first 10 minutes. And this is one of those films where you just knew it was gonna be bad the entire time. And for the rest of the runtime, I just kept reassuring you that it was gonna be bad. The reason that's 143rd, which isn't saying much, it's semi-entertaining. for not only how bad it is, but you could definitely get a group of friends together and just roast the shit out of this film. Easily could. But as like this Jason Statham action film, it could entertain slightly. There's also a part where Dolph Lundgren like pisses on this door and then the door opens. Yeah. Yep, Expendables 4. Dolph Lundgren pissing on a door. Maybe it was Randy Couture. One of those two macho dudes. 142nd place. Marlowe. A Liam Neeson movie. Not a Liam Neeson action film, though, which those are notorious for not being very good, but this Liam Neeson, like, detective film, I believe. Sorry, had to do some coke to keep me going. It was just boring, though. I am someone that really likes mystery films, like, really likes mystery films. I love when movies can have a nice twist ending or reframe stuff or, stuff like that. Like one of my favorite films from 2022 was Glass Onion. Another one's The Batman. That's very much like a detective story. So I really like detective movies. But this one was just boring. Like it wasn't interesting. Nothing really popped out of it. I mean, you have Liam Neeson, who's a great actor, but he just hasn't chosen many good projects recently. Ever since Taken, he hasn't really done something amazing, and he can be great. Like he's Schindler, Oscar Schindler in Schindler's List. He's Ra's al Ghul in the Dark Knight trilogy. Like he can be great when he chooses good things. But just boring. I mean, you also have Diane Kruger in here from I know her from Inglourious Bastards. She's a good actress, but in here's just like she just exists here. There's also a part in the film where like odd editing choices. There's like a part where Liam Neeson like is in an alleyway or something, and like these three guys corner him, and so he beats him up. He like punches a dude in the face, like one of the three guys in the face, and then it cuts, and it's like, oh yeah, just beat him up. Like seriously, show us Liam Neeson punching people, please. 141st, The Old Way. This is some Nicolas Cage Western film, and it's just a low budget Western film that isn't very interesting. That's really all I got to say about it. I was interested in seeing Nicolas Cage do a Western, but it just wasn't interesting. It was another one of those films where I was just bored. So bringing us into the top 140. The film that is most people's least favorite film they've ever seen in their entire lives. Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey. This film definitely deserves all of the shit that it gets. I'm not denying that. I'm not denying that this film is terrible. I'm not denying it's a piece of shit. Not denying that. I'm not trying to defend this film either. But I would be lying if I were to say that there weren't moments in this film that looped around to being so terrible that they were great and that I laughed my ass off. There were few, but there were moments of that. The opening scene, like the cartoon animated thing, I thought was a pretty interesting setup, and was like, okay, this might actually be a film that is decent. But it wasn't. All the criticisms, shitty acting, shitty script, not really a Winnie the Pooh thing, just wrong turn sequel with Spirit Halloween Winnie the Pooh mask, right? Essentially all the things that all the criticisms you hear about this film are valid, and I acknowledge them. There were just moments in this film that were so bad that they audibly made me laugh out loud. So that's literally the only reason that it brings it up above everything below it. Otherwise, I agree. This movie is terrible and it's a piece of shit. 139. Candy Cane Lane, the Amazon Prime movie about Eddie Murphy wanting to decorate his house to win some competition, and he gets the 12 Days of Christmas as his decorations, yada, yada, yada. Interesting concept, not executed well. There's this weird attempt at a twist at the end, and it just didn't work at all. I'm also not a big fan of streaming movies at all whatsoever. So most times I'm just like, "Ugh, a streaming movie," because they just have such a negative stigma. Um, this one didn't really do anything to change that opinion for me personally. 138. The Meg 2, The Trench. Yep. Like Expendables 4, I don't know how they made a movie this bad. The first Meg is just this dumb, fun movie where it's Jason Statham fighting a megalodon. It's so stupid, but it's very fun. How you miss the mark so far and you end up making the Meg 2, whatever this film is baffling. The stretch of logic in this film is unbelievable. Oh, you need this suit to go deep down into the ocean because it's very pressure heavy, which is real shit, right? Oh, but Jason Statham, if he just holds his breath and he can match the pressure pushing out on his body that pushes in on his body, then he can swim around at the bottom of the Mariana Trench. What? Like, what? Oh, dumb. You got like some dinosaur shit in here too. It really only becomes a Meg film in like the last 20 minutes, and even that was boring as hell. Just this is the movie that strained logic the farthest for me this year. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure the Meg 2, it was either the Meg 2 or Expendables 4. I don't know which one. But my dad asked me if it was good. I'm like, no, it is very bad. Don't watch it. And then he watched it. He's like, you were right. That was bad. I'm like, good. Now don't watch the other Jason Statham movie. That's really bad this year, too. Fun times. 137. Dark Harvest. This is, I believe, a Shudder film, where essentially this town has this ritual every Halloween where they lock kids in a room, then and like don't feed them, and then they like become animalistic in nature before Halloween. Then they let them loose on Halloween, and they have to go kill this scarecrow that's made out of a dead body and a jack-o'-lantern, which comes to life and then starts killing people. And if you kill it, I think his name's like Sawtooth Jack or something. If you kill it, then you get a lot of money, and then you get to leave the town. Interesting concept. I didn't care for the execution. There was some good gore in this film, though. There was good gore. There's like a scene where the Sawtooth Jack's like killing people in this bunker, and there's just like geysers of blood coming out of it. That was pretty cool. I think there's a scene where he like splits a guy's head in half or something. Really good gore, but just the execution of this story wasn't good in my opinion. It was just grating and irritating to me. Didn't care for the characters. So, I mean, you don't have characters you don't care for, you can't invest in their journeys that they go on. So, yeah, fun times. $136. The Blackening. Wow. What a movie. I am not the target audience for this film. Surprise. But this movie wasn't very funny to me. It's supposed to be a horror comedy, so I didn't think it was funny. I thought one of the characters, I'm pretty sure he's on my card here. Yeah, I cut his face halfway off, all the way on the left. That fucker there, annoying. One of the most irritating film characters I've seen all year. Hated that dude. Knowing he talked like this the whole time. And he's like irritating as hell. And it's pretty much just a film that's like playing on stereotypes of black people. That's like the whole film. I don't know if it's like trying to poke fun at it and trying to be comedy, and to a certain extent, I can see how it's funny, but to me, I just thought it was so painfully unfunny because it was like it wasn't clever in any of the shit that it was doing. It's just like, oh, look at this trope, or I don't know. And there's just a bunch of dumb shit in this film that's like, oh my god, I can't believe you're doing that. Where like they pull out this board game and they're in like I think this is a line in the trailer, but there's like a card that they pull when they're playing this board and it's like you must sacrifice the person you deem to be the most black. And it's like what? Just like what? It's like uncomfortable. It's so like uncomfortable. Like it's like an uncomfortable laugh, I think. I was just like, what? And then they just start talking about like this group of friends start going at it and yelling at not for me. Just not for me. I didn't enjoy it. The kills weren't anything to write home about. The who done it aspect was dumb. So I don't know. I don't know who to recommend this film to. 135. Ryan, if you're still watching, you're gonna hate me for this. Skinamarink. You're gonna hate me for 134 too, damn. It's piss off Ryan time, but yes. Skinamarink. Wow. I don't I think this film would have been way better if it were just a short film instead of being a 90-minute feature-length film of just shots of the corner of the ceiling. Oh, here's the door. Here's the floor. Here's the TV. And like that super grainy VHS quality. Like literally, this picture of the boy here is from the film. That's the quality of camera. The entire film is that for 90 minutes, just showing you shots of a house. Very grating experience. As a short film, 20 minutes or so would have been really good. I mean, I respect the director for doing something very, very experimental and being successful with it. So good job to him. This film also scared the fucking shit out of me. I was in a dark theater by myself, and there's just like the audio of this film is very unnerving. It's a very atmospheric film. There's like a scene at the end where like this face just is like staring at you. And you just feel like this gargled demonic voice talking to you. That shit almost pissed my pants, dude. That was scary. This is also a film that I made an odyssey to go see. It snowed like a foot that day. I risked my life to go see Skinamarink. So, yeah. But not a film I would rewatch very much. But yeah, there's a very grating. Test your patience. Test your patience, certainly. And hey, speaking of odysseys, 134. Beau is Afraid. Look, Ari Aster is he's a good director. Where's 133? Uh-oh, Spaghetti-O. Oh no. I don't know where 133 went on my thing. That's insane. Okay, anyways. Speaking about Beau is Afraid. Oh my god. This film is so weird, man. I don't even know how to describe it. There's like some Wizard of Oz section in here. There's a lot of trippy shit. There's a 10-foot tall penis monster at the end. Just so weird, so long, so Ari Aster. Like, Ari Aster's a good director. He knows how to make a technically good film, but I just haven't enjoyed his last two very much. I didn't enjoy Beau Was Afraid. Midsommar, there are moments of it I like, but I don't really care for it. But I do need to rewatch it. I will give Midsommar that. I do need to rewatch it. It's been a few years since I've watched that film, probably like 3 or 4 since I've watched it. So I need to watch it again. But I love Hereditary. But Beau Was Afraid is like this 3-hour long, like, acid trip with Joaquin Phoenix trying to get to his mom's funeral or something. He has mommy issues. Oh, and then there's a cock monster at the end. That when it gets shot in the balls from this dude that jumps through a window, starts bleeding semen. So it's pretty cool. Pretty cool. All right, now 133. I don't know where my card went for it, and I don't know what film it is. So I didn't memorize this list. So let's go to my. I'm looking at my Letterboxd right now. We're gonna figure out what 133 is together live. Let's see if it'll work quicker on my computer. My phone's being dumb. Is Letterboxd down right now? Oh, it was down the other day. It was like one of the worst days of my life. Aha! 133. Yeah, that's weird. I don't have it. Anyway. It's a film called What Happens Later. What did I do? Oh, sorry. I'm just checking to see that. It's called What Happens Later. It's this rom-com with David Duchovny and Meg Ryan where they get trapped in this airport and there's like a very meta stuff in here to where like the overhead speaker starts talking to them and it's like they used to date 20 years ago. They haven't talked to each other since then now. Oh, they're trapped. And then their love rekindles. Haha, so funny, right? No, it wasn't. It felt like it was 5 hours long. It's only like 90 minutes. Not interesting. I wasn't invested. It's like very cyclical of like they talk, argue, then they walk away from each other. Then they happen to bump into each other again at this airport. They talk, argue, walk away from and like just cyclical for like 90 minutes. And it's like, God damn, this movie is boring. But David Duchovny is pretty cool. 132. What is? Oh yes, You Hurt My Feelings. I forget what this actress's name is. I want to say like Julia something Dreyfus. She's Valentina in the MCU. And essentially, our character here, don't remember her name, is going through like a midlife crisis because her husband didn't like reading her book. Fucker, right? I don't care. I just don't care. Oh, I was bored. I didn't care. I was like, seriously. Again, we're still in that section of like movies I don't care for because I thought they were boring or bad. And this one was boring. That's all I have to say is like, yeah, we'll move on. 131, Mobland. This is like John Travolta is like this cop fighting mobs in Texas. There's some entertainment value in there, but I wanted it to be better than it actually was. It wasn't terrible, but it wasn't great. It wasn't good though, you know, it's like in that type of category. But yeah. I mean, John Travolta's he hasn't been in anything great in a long time. I don't remember the last film that I saw John Travolta in that I thought was great. He's a great actor. Like he was in Face Off and Pulp Fiction, like some awesome movies. And now he just kind of does shitty films, right? Like he was in, I haven't seen them, but he was in like Gotti a few years ago. That was like considered one of the worst films of the year. Then like the next year, he was in The Fanatic, which was considered one of the worst films of the year. Like he just he doesn't do it. He doesn't do it, man. Oh, okay. Let's read some of these awesome comments. Ugh. Great shirt, dude. Yes, the Barbenheimer shirt. Had to wear the Barbenheimer shirt for the 2023 stream. Yo, what's up? What's up, Ryan? My top three, Brian Bradshaw. My top three movies of 2023 are Scream 6, Air, and Oppenheimer. Nice picks. Some good picks. Wait, what? I never heard of that one. I'm not sure which one he's talking about. The worst film I saw last year is The Little Mermaid. Whoa. Sorry. I would disagree with that. I saw plenty of films that I thought were worse than Little Mermaid. I thought Little Mermaid was fine. I'm not like huge into Disney stuff, so. Mary Had a Little Lamb, Mary Had a Little Lamb, and it turned out to be a shitty movie. This is true. Till Death Do Us Part, and yeah, bad. Fear, Expend 4 Balls, yeah. The best thing about Winnie the Pooh is that steelbook. It is a good steelbook. Here, let me show it off. Yeah. I mean, the Winnie the Pooh steelbook's pretty cool. It's a pretty cool steelbook. But movie itself, not very good. I hated Skin Emerging. Jeez, that was awful. See, I know you hated it. I loved Bo. Yeah. I know. That's why. Yeah. Yep. Don't forget that sex scene with Mariah Carey's music for Bo. Yes. Mariah Carey. Sex scenes. Awesomeness. All right. Oh, shit. Oh, great. We're only 20 films in and we're 45 minutes. Coming in 130th place. Pet Cemetery Bloodlines. Look, the Pet Cemetery franchise is not very good as like a franchise, right? But the original Pet Cemetery is like one of the best horror films ever made. But as a franchise, it's not very good. And so I believe this is a prequel to the remake. I can't move with it. There we go. So I can lean back in my chair. My legs are hurting. Already hurting. This is very unnecessary. It's a generic, like zombie-ish film. You know, it's like as generic of a Pet Cemetery film as you could make, which is not something that I'd want to say about a Pet Cemetery film. I always want Pet Cemetery to be unique. It's a very unique and interesting story, but it just like a generic Pet Cemetery thing is not something that I want. I'm not a big fan of prequels. This movie is kind of pointless. Didn't need to exist. Um, mean, you got David Duchovny in here. You know, another great David Duchovny movie this year. But yeah, I mean, if you like Pet Cemetery, just don't acknowledge it. Just don't acknowledge it. Pretty sure it's straight to Paramount Plus, like a straight to streaming film too. So hey, another reason to shit on streaming movies, right? Hell yeah. Speaking of shitting on streaming films, wow. 129. Bird Box Barcelona. If you remember a few years ago, there was that hit Netflix film called Bird Box with Sandra Bullock. And they made a sequel. Bet you didn't even know this movie existed. I don't know how I discovered this film. I don't know how. I literally don't know how, but I did. And I watched it. And the original Bird Box, while very much feeling like A Quiet Place, is very interesting. Because it's taking away a different sense than speaking. You can't see. So it's very different from A Quiet Place while also feeling similar to A Quiet Place. And it's just executed really well. Has a lot of cool cast members and stuff in there. Just a really, really good Netflix film, I would say, which isn't something I say a lot because I don't like streaming movies. This film is just cashing in on the recognizable name of Bird Box. There's very little to merit about this film, but it kind of takes you on the same journey of trying to get to a place like a safe haven, essentially. And it's like that's just the first film. It's the first film done again, not as good, not as interesting, no star power, just like why? That you didn't need to make a sequel to Bird Box, but you did. And you get this shit. 128. Shotgun Wedding. This is some I don't even know what streaming service this was on, but some action-y film, I guess, where like people take over a wedding and then the bride and groom have to save it, Die Hard style. Wow. Yeah. Yep. So this film is it's just generic. It just feels like a film that was crapped out on the streaming services with no effort put into it. I mean, it's just I don't know. Yawn. Damn. Why am I yawning? We got a lot more to go. There's a lot more to go. I'm gonna move my table here. My side table with all my Coke on it. Coke. Coke. But yeah, I mean like I could rewatch that again. I could rewatch Shotgun Wedding again because it's not abysmal, but it's not good. That's kind of the section we're in right now, to where I don't think it was abysmal, but it's not good. I'll let you know when we get to the category of hey, this is good and I liked it, which is gonna be a while until we get a number 96. Until we get a number 96. Oh, 127. What a disappointment this was. Hypnotic. This is a Robert Rodriguez action heist film with Ben Affleck and William Fichtner, where they have like this superpower to influence people. And so William Fichtner is like robbing banks with that. And Ben Affleck is like this cop that investigates bank robberies. And so he's going after him. Throughout the course of the film, Ben Affleck discovers that, oh, he can do it too. Whoa, what a surprise. So kind of, like Insidious in a way, but not good. I mean, the twists you see coming a mile away. The bank heists aren't as good. When you have Ben Affleck in your lead, you expect him to be great in this film. He's just okay. Like, it just should have been better than what it was. With the names attached to this film, it should have been better. But just this generic thing. Like, this is the type of film that probably should have been on streaming, but it got a theatrical release, which should have been on streaming. So 126. I'm surprised this actually wasn't my number one favorite movie of the year. That's Paw Patrol, the Mighty movie. I know. 126. That's blasphemy. Yeah, I mean, this film is essentially a perfect film, right? After the awesome success of the first Paw Patrol movie, they decided to come back and make a second one. Yeah, I don't know where I'm going with that. I've never seen any of the Paw Patrol films. I don't even know if I've watched the Paw Patrol. I'm really yawny today. I did eat some tater tots before this. Maybe it's the tater tots. Anyways, but I'm obviously not the target audience for a Paw Patrol film. And so the kid humor doesn't work for me. It's generic as hell. Like, I could tell you exactly what's happening. It's not interesting. Nothing's unique. Nothing's different. There's no new ideas here. I'm not trying to make this sound like a pun, but it's very cartoonish in the way it plays out. It's just so predictable to where I could tell you exactly what's happening about, so like 2 minutes in the film, like, oh yeah, this what's going to happen the entire film. So yeah, but it's better than everything else below it. So yeah, 125. Soulmates. That's the name of this film. I didn't have the text on any of these, so I kind of have to look at the pictures and then tell you what the film is. But Soulmates. This is essentially like a Saw film, but with like a dating app twist. Where, what's his name? Neil McDowell, right? That's his name. Neil McDonough, something like that. The dude from Paul Blart 2 and Walking Tall. I don't know why I went to Paul Blart 2 first, Jesus. But anyways, he's kind of like your Jigsaw of this film. And he takes two people and puts them in like an escape room, a deadly escape room, like Saw. Then they work through a series of rooms, learning about each other, and then by the end of it, oh, they fall in love. Huh. I mean, sure. I wasn't bored watching this one, but it wasn't good. It's very cyclical. The film, they go to a room, learn more about each other, move to the next room. That's literal, and like someone dies in the room they were just in. Very cyclical, not interesting. There's a twist ending to this film, which props to the movie for not making me see this twist because it comes out of nowhere and is stupid. What a creature was stirring, the twist of this film damn near destroys it because it's terrible. So yeah. 124. Wow, I'm gonna rant on this one for a bit. Back on the Strip. Oh, essentially, this kid wants to be a magician. So he goes to Vegas to start doing a magic act. But during one of his magic acts, his pants catches on fire. He takes his pants off, and like all the girls get so excited watching him with his pants off, just his underwear, because literal plot point of the movie, the kid has a huge dick. That's literally a plot point in your film, is that this kid just has a huge cock. And so then he recruits these retired strippers called the Chocolate Chimps. And then they start stripping to make money. And one of them is a white dude that did like full body spray tan. One of them's like fat now. One of them's like a priest now. One of them's Wesley Snipes. It just, I don't know. I don't know how a movie has a driving plot point is that this kid has a huge dick. That like you couldn't think of anything else other than, oh yeah, he just has a huge penis. Ha ha ha. Wow. Just wow. That like if you wanted to make a movie about strippers, just make a movie about strippers, okay? We're gonna have another movie about strippers on this list in a while. No. No. You need to think of more creative stuff in your plot than huge PP. 123. Not only the movie that I have rated lower than everyone else on Letterboxd for 2023, but the movie that I have rated lower than everyone else across all of movie history for me on Letterboxd, with a 2.3 star gap between the average rating and what I rated it. Poor Things. Poor Things. Oh. Essentially, you have Willem Dafoe makes like this Frankenstein of Emma Stone in a way where she was this woman that committed suicide, but this woman was pregnant with the baby. And so we took the baby's brain and put it in Emma Stone's body. And then Emma Stone is like an infant, right? And is learning that, right? Which is an interesting concept. There are funny moments that you do with that. But my biggest problem with this film is that the amount of sexual stuff they make Emma Stone's character do. Bella is the character's name. The amount of sexual shit they make her do. Like rubbing an apple on her crotch. Okay, haha, funny. But then having her go work at like this prostitute house. Like what? Like when you stop to think about it, to me when I think about it, it's like, okay, you're literally having this child in an adult body become a prostitute. That's just wrong to me. It just doesn't sit right. And there's a lot of sex stuff in this film. A lot of sex stuff in this film. There's good set design, good costumes, good performances, funny moments. But there's also a lot of weird shit in here. And a lot of sex stuff towards this Bella character who essentially is a child living in an adult's body. And that just sits insanely wrong with me. So I didn't really care for this one. That might be a hot take. Well, it is a hot take, considering it's rated 4.3 stars out of 5 on Letterboxd average, and I have it like a 2 star. So fun. 122. Finest Kind. This is a movie about these guys who I believe are like fishermen in Boston, and they get like tied up in Boston mob stuff and have to pay off debts. And so I think that's why they start working on the boat. I don't know. It wasn't very interesting. I mean, the reason I checked it out is because Jenna Ortega's in it, and I'm a really big fan of Jenna Ortega. I think she's a very good actress. And so she's decent in the film. I mean, Tommy Lee Jones is in part of it, but it's just not very good. It's not very interesting. It's just kind of stuff happening that I didn't fully invest myself in. So, um, yeah, that's all I gotta say. 121. A color purple, or the color purple, I believe. Yeah. This one has potential to move either way. One of the films this year that has the most potential to move up or down for me. Um, because I had a very, very bad experience with this film in the theaters. Pretty much, there were people sitting up here that were on their phones with the flashlight the whole time. Kids in the very front that were making noise and shit got kicked out halfway through. People over there talking, people over there talking, people over there talking, and a crying baby behind me. Really, really bad theater experience. I was mad. I was very mad. Um, so take whatever I'm about to say about this film with a grain of salt because I didn't have a good experience, so it's not in a good mood. So that might have made me harsher on this film. But I don't enjoy musicals, like not really at all. The only musical I genuinely love is Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, and I really like Little Shop of Horrors. Besides that, not my thing. Um, I thought the way they told the story, as in like the flow of it, was very choppy. I felt like there was just parts missing of this film. It was just like a very weirdly edited together sequence that they chose to put this film in. Um, and so when you have a genre I'm not all that interested in with a bad experience and it's edited in a weird way where it's hard to follow exactly what's happening because there's like a beginning portion where they're younger and then just like in the next scene they're all grown up, these characters, and it doesn't tell you that. There's like no card that's like years later or something. And so I was confused as to what was happening. Like, who are these people? For like the next half an hour, I'm like, what? Who are these people? And then it finally dawned on me that, oh, these are the characters from the beginning, just grown up. It was just very confusing that they decided to not put that in there. And that's what I mean by like, I felt like there were parts left out of it. But it has potential to move up or down. This one does have potential to move up or down. Probably more so up than down though. 120. Nefarious. This is another heavily debated film on the internet this year. One of the more heavily debated ones on the internet this year, I would say. Essentially, you have Sean Patrick Flannery, who's a really good actor, and I enjoy seeing him in things, playing this character that is on death row about to receive the death penalty. And he's being like checked by a psychologist or whatever to make sure that he is like fit to be executed that afternoon, I believe. And so this is part of the film, right? And so this psychologist is atheist. That's just you'll understand in a second. He's atheist, and Sean Patrick Flannery's character is like, I am a demon named Nefarious, and like I'm possessing this body. And then the psychologist doesn't believe him, and then the whole movie is just these two dudes sitting in a room just talking about like Christianity ideologies that are very much tied nowadays to what do I want to say? Like political stuff, you know? I'm trying not to like get too in depth here and like start arguments and shit, but that's essentially what the film is. They just like talk about all this stuff, like the two viewpoints, and they're just like arguing the whole time, essentially on like the death penalty, obviously, and then like abortion's another one they talk about. They talk about other, like really like shit like that, that are like hot button issues with people, that make people pissed off and people scream at each other about this shit all the time. One, yeah, yeah, yeah. And that's not what the film was marketed as. I thought it was just going to be this film about this dude trying to convince someone that he's a demon. Um, like that's what it, and I mean, in an extent, that is what it is. But it hid all this stuff from you from the trailer. So you go to this film just looking for this cool demon possession film, right? That's not just like a scary film. And what you get is like the filmmaker's preaching to you for an hour and a half, which isn't very interesting. The reason it's this high, though, I enjoyed the performance. To a certain extent, I liked what they were going for, but they go too far with it of beating you over the head with this shit. With this is when people are like movies are agenda driven. I'm like, no, they're not. This is a movie that has agendas. Is this film? Nefarious, 100% is trying to force these views onto you and shit. And it's like, guys, that's not what I'm here to do. I'm not here to watch films, or shit. Let me rephrase it. I'm not here to. I don't go to films to hear about politics and religious shit or any of that stuff. Right? That's not what I'm there for. I go to movies to just escape from the real world and have fun. And so that wasn't fun. That's what I'm trying to say. But there were parts of the film that were interesting. There were parts of the film I enjoyed. The like that's it. That's it. Like without like that's not, I don't know. That's not me like choosing a side or whatever. It's not me making any statements or anything. It's just like that's not what I went to go see this film for. That's not the type of shit I want to see in a movie. And so I was like, come on, what are we doing? Let's move on. 119th place, Saltburn. This one might be another hot take, but we'll see. Saltburn, though. One of the weirdest films I saw this year. And I didn't really care for it. It's like one of those films that was just so weird and like too A24. A24, when they hit, when they resonate with me, they really resonate with me. But when they don't resonate with me, I'm just like, I don't understand what's happening. It's just a ton of weird shit in a film, essentially, right? And that's kind of where Saltburn lands for me. Performances were great, Performances were great. Interesting story. A ton of weird shit. Okay? Like, did I ever need to see Barry Keoghan drinking semen out of a bathtub? Probably not, but I have. Did I need to see Barry Keoghan screw a dude's gravesite because he's horny or something? I don't know. Probably not, but I have. Did I need to see him dancing naked? No, but I have. Like just weird shit like that, right? That I just don't get why I saw it. I'm like watching. I'm like, why am I watching this? Like what? So it's a really odd movie. Wasn't bored, but I was just like, what? So, yep, Saltburn. Don't know who to recommend that one to. 118. Malum or Malum. Oh. Essentially, This is a remake of a film called The Last Shift, where you have this police officer here go into like this haunted police station overnight shift, like her first shift, and there's like some demonic stuff going on, but it's one of those films where there's reality and not reality in the film, and you can't tell which is which while watching this film. And so once it starts cutting back and forth between the two, or assuming it's cutting back and forth between the two, I have no idea what's reality and what's not. I just don't know what it is. So that's Malum. There were some cool creature designs, really good atmosphere here. But it was a very confusing film because I don't like films like that. Or let me rephrase it. I don't like when films do that to where it doesn't definitively let you know what's reality and what's not reality, and just keeps switching between the two, and you're just watching this fever dream essentially. So yeah, if I understood this film, it might be higher, but based off my viewing of it, it wasn't. Also, before I go any further, I will mention I've seen most of these films once. I've only seen last year. I think I only rewatched. I think out of all the new releases, I think I only rewatched John Wick 4, Five Nights at Freddy's, The Flash, Guardians of the Galaxy, and Asteroid City. I think those are the only 5 films on this entire list I've seen more than once. Just so you know, most of these are just first time viewings, and it's been months since I've seen some of these. Like Malum here, I believe I saw that in March. So it's been a while for some of these. Speaking of movie, it's been a while for. Haha, I have great segues. 65. Not as in we're in at number 65. We got like halfway there to 65, but 117th place is the movie 65. What a disappointment. This was a very big disappointment. You have a film about Adam Driver fighting dinosaurs. Sold. Like, you have my ticket, right? Sold. But it's the most generic, bland version of that, where it's just Adam Driver walking with this mute girl the entire film, and then a dinosaur shows up. He fights the dinosaur. Whoa. Then there's this twist ending of, oh, there's an asteroid coming. Well, no shit, because the asteroid killed the dinosaurs. And so now Adam Driver is this alien that crashed on Earth 65 million years ago, and then the asteroid that kills the dinosaur shows up. This should have been, at the bare minimum, like a 3 out of 5 movie, and it's like a 2 out of 5. Just so boring. But I wouldn't say they're a large majority of this film is boring, but there are cool action sequences. But there aren't many of those, and it should have been better. Should have been better. 116. Hold on 1 second. Another movie that is on a lot of worst of the year lists. And I believe my friend Alex, I believe this is his least favorite film he saw this year. I could be wrong. But the last time I looked at his ranking of the movies he saw in 2021, I believe this was his least favorite film he saw this year. The Exorcist Believer. A lot of people hated this film. And look, I'm not saying it's good. I'm not saying it's a good film. But it's watchable. It's not good, but it's watchable. As a On the surface level, as a generic demon possession film, it's watchable. It's besides the story, some of the CGI too. I would say it's a competent film. It's a technically competent film. Like there's some cool shots in here. The acting's fine, but the story is where this film loses a lot of its credibility. The Exorcist doesn't need a trilogy of legacy sequels. It doesn't even need a sequel. Could have been an amazing one and done. Now we have this Exorcist franchise. Even though I love Exorcist 3 more than the original Exorcist, part of me thinks the Exorcist should have been a one and done. Very well could have been. But this story where you have like this the movie review channel, that one of the channels I watch for movie reviews, Sean Chandler Talks About. If you ever watch this, hey, I love your videos, man. Calls this movie like the Exorcist Avengers, where you have all these other religions come together to try and perform this exorcism because the Catholic priest doesn't want to. Which isn't a very interesting idea. Plus, the film, when you have something like The Exorcist, where your movie is rooted in Christianity, in like like Satan and the devil and God and the power of Christ and stuff, right? And you choose not to use that and try to be like, I don't know if this would be the correct way to say this, but like religiously inclusive by having all these other religions in here to battle the demon. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. If you're going to go off a movie, the original Exorcist, where it's based in like, like I said, Christianity, and they're going to do a sequel that's like, nah, we don't want to. Like, what? What are you doing? Like, huh? Also, bringing back the mom from the first Exorcist. I've always said this. She doesn't need to be in this film. She does dick in this film. So you could take her out of here, and the film would essentially be the same movie, but better because I just didn't like her in this film. But she doesn't do anything interesting. She trashes Father Merrin and Father Karras from the original Exorcist by like, oh, they wouldn't let me in the room because I wasn't part of the patriarchy. Like, what? Why are you shit talking the two men that gave their lives to save your daughter? Both of them died to save your daughter, and you're just like, the patriarchy. Yeah. What? Dude, be grateful. They saved your fucking daughter. Also, that shit with Regan showing up at the end, who didn't see that coming from a mile away? We're making an Exorcist film without Linda Blair. Oh, Linda Blair's gonna be in this. I could tell you that before I even saw the fucking movie, she was gonna show up. Also, I might have a slightly better, more positivity towards this film because this was the 100th movie I saw this year, or last year. This is the 100th 2023 new release I saw. I saw it in Vegas on my 21st birthday in this cool theater with like 6 of my friends. So it was a really cool experience. I was excited for that experience. Movie wasn't very good, but yeah. I don't know how the film will play on rewatch. Excuse me, I am burping. Well, I guess Cabernet Soda does that to you. I mean, I bought it because I like keeping my collection up to date with franchises. I mean, it's none of the Exorcist sequels are anything besides the original Exorcist, and Exorcist 3 isn't very good. So I don't. I'll probably just stick to watching those two. This doesn't change my mind. I'd be shocked if they actually made the planned sequel to this, The Exorcist Deceiver, which I bet money on. I would legitimately bet money. It's called The Exorcist Deceiver. Spoiler alert for this film. I don't care. I'm gonna spoil these films anyways on this list. So if you haven't seen any of these movies, just go away. I don't care. I guarantee you at the end of this film, they basically like choose one to live, and they pick one to live, right? I guarantee you, The Exorcist Deceiver, since it's called Deceiver, the other girl's not dead, and she's somehow alive, trapped in hell, and they have to go rescue her. Guarantee you that's what's going to happen in the sequel, if they ever make it, which they probably won't because this movie bombed at the box office, like a lot of other movies this year. Coming in 115th place, Retribution. This is let me put that back. This is the Liam Neeson action thriller of the year, and it was fine. I mean, it wasn't good, but it wasn't terrible. Like it is watchable. I think this is still. I think this might be the last 2-star film on this list. I believe the next one's 2.5. Yeah. Whoa, there's another missing card there. What the heck? Whoa, that's insane. Okay. Well, I'll just pull that up in a second. But anyways, essentially you have Liam Neeson, who I believe is like this Uber driver. But he's in a car in this film. I don't remember if he's an Uber or not. But he has his kids in his car, but he sits on the seat and someone put a bomb under his seat so that way if he gets up, it'll blow up. So it's kind of like Liam Neeson doing a version of Speed. It's just your generic Liam Neeson action film. That just feels very reminiscent of stuff like Speed. I said, like all of his other action films he does, the 47 movies he's done. That's exactly like this. I mean, you know Matthew Modine's gonna be your main villain because he's the only other person in this film that you recognize. Like you have Liam Neeson and Matthew Modine in a movie. Well, shit, who's gonna be your villain? Probably Matthew Modine. And guess what? He's your villain. I did actually like the way that they defeated Matthew Modine, where he's like in the back seat, the car's tilted above a bridge, and Liam Neeson's doors like gone, so he like unclicks the seatbelt and like falls into the river while Matthew Modine blows up. I was like, hey, that's kind of cool. It's not coming, but it was cool. So I could stand to watch this again. It's just like a little thing, but I wouldn't choose to watch it. If it like if it was on, and I, like if I was at someone's house and they just had this on, I would sit down and watch it. I wouldn't complain about watching it, but I wouldn't choose it. That's kind of the section we're in right now of like, I don't think it's good. Like I wouldn't choose to watch it again, but if someone was watching it, I wouldn't necessarily stop them. I wouldn't complain, I guess. 114. Vacation Friends 2. I don't know if I've actually seen the first Vacation Friends. I don't know if I watched it before I watched this one. I might have just watched Vacation Friends 2. The reason I checked this out is because I love John Cena. I think he's hilarious in pretty much everything he's in. But this was just very, very generic. And just like a very generic comedy thing with John Cena and what's the guy's name, Lil Rail, blah, blah, blah. The dude from fucking Get Out and Steve Buscemi. It was entertaining enough for the time I spent with it, but I wasn't I wasn't impressed by it. I wasn't loving what I watched, but hey, I watched it, so yeah. I don't have a lot to say. I mean, you could do a lot worse. Clearly, I mean, it's above like 40 films, so, but you could do a lot better because it's below like 113 other movies. 113. Sympathy for the Devil. This is essentially some Nicolas Cage movie where Joel Kinnaman is just driving his car around and Nicolas Cage just gets in and just like holds him at gunpoint and just makes him go do things. They like go to a diner, Nicolas Cage shoots up the diner, they eat food there, and it's just Nicolas Cage doing weird Nicolas Cage stuff, you know? So it's entertaining for that. I really like Joel Kinnaman, love Nicolas Cage. But I was expecting this film to be a lot more interesting than it was. It just kind of existed. It didn't really leave a mark necessarily. And yeah, that's essentially it. That's literally all I have to say about it. There's a 4K steelbook for this movie at Best Buy. I remember that. Not gonna get it, so I don't care to watch this film again. 112. The Kill Room. This is an interesting film. I will say that. It's a very interesting film, and I would say it's worth checking out if you're mildly interested in it, based off my description. Essentially, here, let me put this picture back up. Essentially, Uma Thurman there is an art dealer. Samuel L. Jackson is a mobster, I believe, and this other dude is a hitman. And Samuel L. Jackson starts having Uma Thurman launder paintings from the hitman so they can make money, or like sell them so they can start laundering money and make a ton of money for like his mob business or something. Interesting concept, very interesting concept. Cool to see Samuel Jackson and Uma Thurman team back up, but by the end of it, I was like, that was interesting, but you didn't do it as good as it could have been. Where you have the hitman essentially get figured out because he's displaying kill weapons as his art, and I was like, sorry, where am I going with this? Sorry, I'm losing my mind already. And I didn't like that because like no person in their feasible mind would be displaying things that they killed people with to a crowd of people that are getting up close and personal with it. No one would do that. So stupid. I think the film could have been executed a little bit better. I don't necessarily have specifics as it. Also, Uma Thurman has like this person working for her, like a intern. I didn't like that character very much. So I mean, it was okay. I didn't hate the film, but I wouldn't necessarily choose to rewatch this. 111. The Puppy's Bake Shop. This is a Ron Perlman low budget action film where he owns his bake shop, Poppy's Bake Shop, and drives that big ass van around delivering stuff. And he beats people up with a rolling pin. You know, I got entertainment value out of it. I didn't think the story was all good. The story wasn't very good. But I mean, I was entertained for the time I watched it, but it didn't leave an impact on me. So, yeah, that's Poppy's Bake Shop. Oh, where did that one? 110. Suitable Flesh. This is another really, really weird one that I watched. Essentially, it is Heather Graham here is like a psychiatrist that's helping out that boy there because his father wants to put a demon inside of him. And the film is this Lovecraftian monster body swapping erotic thriller. Is weird. It is weird. the Lovecraftian monster body swapping stuff was pretty cool. The erotic thriller stuff was just so weird and felt out of place to me. Um, you have these people that like talk so dirty to each other, but then when it comes to their sex scenes, they just leave all their clothes on. And it's just like weird. Like you're going to be an erotic thriller that says all this super crass sexual stuff. But then when it comes to your sex scenes, you're just going to be fully clothed, humping each other. Like what? That was weird. Um, it's a bit too much to follow too many ideas in one film. When I say that, when I was saying what this was, the Lovecraftian monster body swapping erotic thriller, that's just a lot to take in. A lot of stuff jammed together, and I don't think it all works together. When you can mix genres together, it's really good. But sometimes you can do too much. Sometimes the genres just don't work together. And I think the genres didn't necessarily work for this. The erotic thriller genre and the body swapping horror movie genre didn't necessarily work together, but it exists. It's on Hulu. Um, yeah, it reminded me of movies like Smile, I guess. It Follows, where there's like this curse that keeps going around, but instead of like you pass this curse, you just like swap bodies and then like the person kills themselves over, so it's like the same spirit is traveling around, but hopefully that makes sense. So it was worth a watch, but not my thing. Got some comments. Holland Oates. Oh wait, and we got Ryan here. I hated Nefarious. Yeah, a lot of people hated Nefarious. I didn't hate it, but I didn't like it. I understand. I more so understand the people that hated the film more so than people that loved the film. Um, I'm closer to middle on I think I give it like a 2 out of 5 on Letterboxd. Um, so I definitely agree more with the people that didn't like the film. I'm closer to them, but I don't think it was abysmal. Holland Oates, a stream regular here in the chat. Hey, what's up, man? Happy New Year. Love the shirt. Thanks. This is one of my favorite shirts. I love this one. I don't even saw 52 2023 new releases. Hey, man, I went ham this past year. I did. One of the reasons that I see so many films is because with my local theater chain where I live, there's this thing where you can pay them like 10 or 15 bucks a month. I forget which one. I've been doing it for so long. I have it on auto pay. Where essentially you can go see unlimited films for free or discounted. And by discounted, I mean it's $5 any day of the week, any format, $5 for a movie ticket or free. So the most I pay for a movie ticket is like $5 at my local chain, unless it's like not showing at my local chain. Then I go to an Alamo Draft House, which is also here, which is a chain in places. I really like their theater, but it's like $10 there, I think. But I don't like going there as much because I'm a dum and I get a lot of food there and it's kind of expensive, but they have really good food. So I mean, it makes sense, but it also doesn't. The Alamo has more of like the prestigious stuff, I would say, more niche stuff. So that's where I see a lot more of those types of things. I go see a lot of the more mainstream, generic stuff at my local theater chain. Because there's like 3 in my area. So between the 3 theaters, I can find whatever I want. And then, we have like ones offs and whatever. Those are the 2 that I normally go to. So I get to see a lot of films for way cheaper than paying full price for tickets all the time. So that helps a lot. So I'd like some booger there. Yeah. But yeah. That's why I go see a lot of films. 109. Let me look it up. I'm pretty sure I know what it is. Before I look it up, I'm still on my Lone Stream Letterboxd here. I think it's Freelance. I think I have Freelance at 109. But I'm just going to confirm. Yes, Freelance is 109. This is some John Cena action movie. You know, it's generic, but I enjoy John Cena. I enjoy action films. So I got entertainment out of it. I don't think I would ever say it's great. If you didn't like the film, I understand. I just, for what it was, I was entertained by it. Like I could see myself throwing it on just for this entertaining movie, you know. So it's pulling from stuff we've seen before, but yeah. 108. The Retirement Plan. This is a movie I've been looking forward to watching for a while. It came out, I want to say August this year. I think it was like slated to release in like December of 2022. So I was looking forward to it mainly for that man off to the side there, right side. Jackie Earl Haley. I fucking love that dude because I love Watchmen. I'm a Watchmen whore. So check this out for Jackie Earl Haley. Yeah, you got Nicolas Cage and Ron Perlman, Eddie Hudson in there. So yeah, essentially Nicolas Cage is like this retired assassin guy, and like it was entertaining. It was entertaining, cool cast, but just it's just one of those films that I saw, and then immediately after I got out of it, I kind of forgot that it existed. I wasn't bored with it, but I kind of forgot it existed, and it didn't really leave a mark on me. So, 107. Reality. This is the movie based off of the FBI recording of when they arrested Reality Winner, I believe is the woman's name, for like leaking classified documents about the presidential election. I believe the 2016 presidential election. It's like a true story too, and it's like an adaptation of the actual recording of her getting arrested. And it was fine, you know. I didn't hate it, but I didn't think it was. But I don't think I'd rewatch it. I'd probably rewatch some of the ones lower on the list than this. It's not very rewatchable to me. Um, the film does this really weird thing to where, like, if it's gonna say a name of what these documents were about, who they were released to, or whatever, it just like it does this weird thing where it's like a glitch, and then the person's not there, and they glitch back in, and then the sentence continues. I thought that was really weird. Like, just say the person's name, like you're based off real events, just say it. I don't know why they didn't do that. It is a it's just like a talky movie of just people standing around talking. That's essentially what this film is. So I think it's on HBO Max. It's short. It's like an hour and a half. If you have any interest in it, you could check it out. But it was just kind of 106. Inside. This is a movie about Willem Dafoe getting trapped in an apartment for seemingly months, and just him kind of surviving in this apartment. I saw the trailers to this, missed it in theaters, and then I didn't see it until much later in the year. So I was looking forward to it, and it didn't really live up to it. You just get Willem Dafoe giving a really Willem Dafoe over the top performance while he's trapped in this apartment, trying to find different ways to escape. which is cool. The different ways that he survives, like things he does to survive, is pretty cool. But it's very slow. There's no one for him to act against, so it's not as interesting when there's like no dialogue in the film essentially of him talking to other people. Like he talks to himself and whatever, but he's not talking to someone else, so it's not very interesting, I guess. Like on that side of the story. And by the end of the film, you just stopped caring if this dude escaped or not. Also, I don't know. It it strained a lot of credibility for me that there's this apartment that you physically can't escape. That like the door just vaults shut and you're locked in here for God knows how long, months. I don't know how that's possible. So I didn't buy into that. However, you do get to see Willem Dafoe defecating in a bathtub, so that's pretty hot. Yeah. 105th place. One of the most disappointing films of the year. Silent Night. Silent Night. And this is a John Woo action film. Who like his first American one in a long time, people have been saying. And it's a revenge movie with Joel Kinnaman. Trailers made this look really cool. Another badass Christmas action film. Sign me up. Joel Kinnaman kicking ass. Sign me up. And the film is very slow until the third act where you see Joel Kinnaman kicking ass, but it's not as interesting as you want it to be. The action sequences and the film is a silent film where Joel Kinnaman gets shot in the neck in like the opening minutes of the film. So he's a mute for the rest of the film. But then the film decides to make all the other characters not talk either, which I thought was weird. Like, I get what you're trying to go for making Joel Kinnaman be mute. And I understand why he's mute because getting shot in the throat would probably make most people mute. But you can at least have other people talk and stuff in the film. So I don't know. Just a little odd to me. Coming in 104th place. Foe. This film, I'll say it's a very well made movie. I just don't think it's for me though. Essentially, you have Paul Mescal here, I believe is that guy's name. He was nominated for an Oscar last year. Um, Essentially, this guy shows up at his and his wife's doorstep of like, hey, we're gonna send you somewhere in space or something, I believe, and we're gonna make a clone of your husband while he's gone. And it's gonna be the exact same or whatever. So we're here to gather information, whatever. And then it's like that's like your setup of the film. And then the movie does this twist to where he was the clone all along. And so that's why the husband and wife in the film kept fighting. And so I mean the twist made it better seeing these people argue and fight the whole movie, I guess, but it just I don't know. It just wasn't as interesting as I thought it should have been. Um when I'm struggling to figure out what I want to say here. Like it's an interesting concept of, we can make a perfect clone of this person that'll act like them, able to think exactly like them, has all the same experiences as them. But hey, they're already here. And then it just showed, I don't know. I don't know what to think about it, honestly. I just know that it was interesting idea, well-made movie, just not for me. Otherwise, I don't really have a whole lot else to say about it. Um, but I don't know. I kind of feel bad about just kind of doing that and then moving on. But what ifs? What ifs? 103. Next goal wins. The newest Taika Waititi film, and Taika Waititi. I love Thor Ragnarok, but didn't care for Thor: Love and Thunder. Excuse me. Very Taika Waititi humor. I watched Jojo Rabbit for the first time this year, I believe, like early on this year. More so, I enjoyed that one, but still really weird Taika Waititi stuff. And this one is the same thing. Really weird Taika Waititi stuff. Where it's this true story. It's an interesting true story. I thought Michael Fassbender is pretty good in here, but it's like it's trying too hard to be funny, and it's just not. Um, so yeah, that's really about it. I mean, to a certain extent, there is this cool story about like this underdog team of soccer players that had never won a game ever before, and then they win a game, but I mean, I don't know. Taika Waititi just hasn't worked for me since Thor Ragnarok. So oops, oopsies. 102. This might be my most disappointing film of the year. Honestly, it might be. I know people that actually loved this film too. Cocaine Bear. When you have a concept of a bear does cocaine and starts killing people, that's essentially your entire setup of this film. Is a bear does cocaine and starts killing people. That should be the easiest dumb fun movie to make. And the film missed it so much. It tries doing too much story. It tries doing so much outside of just having this killer bear on cocaine that I don't think it worked. Now there are fun moments. It's 102, so it's better than 50 of the films I've seen this year. Um, but it's not as good as that concept should have been. Like you could have executed this way better and had just a really fun, stupid movie. And this film just wasn't that. There's a lot of good actors in here. But there's just you just have so many sections of this film that go on for so long without the bear. There's so many different moving plot lines that somehow all converge together. It's like you could have just had like people in a cabin, and then there's this bear that gets into their cocaine and does cocaine, and now the bear starts attacking them. Like, there you go. There's a better setup to your film than trying to do this real event, which is kind of funny that it's based off a real event, but it just it's just very disappointing to me. Like I wanted to love this film. I wanted it to be my guilty pleasure of the year, but it wasn't. It was just very disappointing in mediocre at best movie. So, Cocaine Bear. It's better than Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey, that's for sure, though. Number 101, a movie about dogs, not about Dalmatians. Strays, your raunchy talking dog movie with Jamie Foxx and Will Ferrell as your dogs. It's dogs. It's a talking dog movie, but they just say raunchy shit, right? That's essentially what it is. Did I laugh at moments? Sure, but it was a bunch of dumb dog crass humor. So I mean that's essentially it. I wasn't enamored with this film. I wasn't. I don't know. It just kind of exists. So yeah. Bringing us into the top 100. We've been live for 2 hours. I only made it through 52 movies. Shit. Eileen. This is a movie I saw in December. Essentially, what's her face there? I wanted to say Tina Fey, but that's not right. Shit. Anne Hathaway. Jeez, I almost said Angelina Jolie. Anne Hathaway is this psychiatrist at this prison that is like new there and meets Eileen Thomason McKenzie there, and they essentially like form a friendship, and then things turn very dark very quickly, because Eileen's kind of like a loner, and Anne Hathaway's kind of like a naughty girl, and it's kind of like breaks her out of her shell and start doing some stuff. Turns dark towards the end. They might kill a few people. Who knows? And for what it was entertaining. But it just, I don't know. It just was kind of, I mean, I don't know how to explain this. It was like straightforward, but like too straightforward for me. I wanted it to be a little odder. I wanted it to have a little bit more flair to it. I wanted it to be a little bit more interesting, explore this dynamic between them a little bit more, explore her breaking out of her shell a little bit more. And it didn't quite deliver that. So it was fine, but I didn't think it was great. All right, before we move on, let's read some of these awesome comments here. The retirement plan was meh for me. Yeah. Inside, completely unnecessary film, but I like Willem Dafoe, so it was fine. Yeah, like, correct. Oh my goodness, Silent Night was so disappointing, so boring. Yeah, for like the first 2/3, it was pretty boring. After that, for the last third, kind of entertaining, but yeah. My expectations were low for Cocaine Bear, and it didn't meet them, so yeah, I agree with you. It sucked. I don't think I'd say it sucked. I would just say that it was meh. It was in my most anticipated films of the year. It was in my top 10 most anticipated films of the year. And so the fact that it didn't even crack my top 100 is very disappointing for me. That's probably the most disappointed that I was in leaving a movie was Cocaine Bear this year. And just the more I think about Cocaine Bear, the less I've liked it. So yeah. All right, I'm gonna take a big swig of Coke to keep me going, and then we'll move on and do our top 100. Whoa, about 2 hours in. At this rate, we got about 4 hours left, so damn, I'm an idiot for talking too slow. Number 99. We're down to double digits, baby. The Pope's Exorcist. Oh, we saw that comment. Get the frick out of here. Comment. Pope's Exorcist. The Russell Crowe demon possession film. Generic demon possession film, but with Russell Crowe. His performance, pretty entertaining. I like Russell Crowe. Doing this fun accent in there, so I don't really care for demon possession films, but this one stood out because of Russell Crowe. 98, a film I've been meaning to rewatch because it has potential to move up. Infinity Pool. I believe I saw this in February or March. This is earlier on in the year that I saw this. It's a very odd film. I didn't fully understand it when I first walked out of it, but then looking into more of like what it meant and whatever makes me inclined to like the film more. So that's why I want to rewatch it. And I bought the 4K steelbook for it, so at some point I will rewatch it, and I can almost guarantee it will go up more. But essentially, you just have these rich people go to this island, and if you commit crimes on this island, then you're given the death penalty. You can pay for a clone of yourself to be made, and then that clone receives a death penalty. So you can like buy yourself out of situations and whatever, and you can do whatever you want essentially if you have the money for it. So it's a very interesting like commentary on wealth, I guess, in a way. But there's just a lot of weird shit in this too, like Mia Goth breastfeeding Alexander Skarsgård. Odd. Mia Goth gives a good performance, but it can be annoying at times. There's a lot of weird visuals in here too. There's like an acid trip scene, it feels like. So another one of these A20, I don't know if this is A24, but another one of these films that's just like a lot of weird shit that didn't fully understand. 97. 97. This is the first one we're talking about? Yes. 97. First comic book movie we're talking about. The Marvels. The Marvels. Look, man, the MCU has not been very good over the past number of years. Pretty much since 2021. They've been very hit or miss. Especially with their Disney Plus stuff. Most of that stuff is bad. Half-assed. But the Marvels. Look, I'm not overly enamored with the first Captain Marvel. I don't understand how that became a billion-dollar movie. I think that movie's okay. It's in my bottom half, easily bottom third, maybe even bottom fourth of MCU movies, MCU projects, actually. So when you're doing a sequel to Endgame, Captain Marvel, WandaVision, Miss Marvel, and Secret Invasion all in one film, that's a lot. Trailers just made this look fun. It's not a very good story. Superficially, it's entertaining, though. But it's not very good. I don't really care for the post-credit scenes or scene in this movie. I thought that was kind of dumb. I don't know where they're going to go with that. This movie doesn't really make me like the character of Captain Marvel anymore. I don't know. I just don't really buy into her character yet. And we've seen her like a handful of times. She hasn't done anything for me. Really enjoyed Miss Marvel. Iman Vellani, I believe is her name. She was really funny in this film. So, yep. There you go. The Marvels. 96. Haunted Mansion. This remake Haunted Mansion movie with a lot of people like Jamie Lee Curtis, Jared Leto, Lakeith Stanfield, Owen Wilson, Danny DeVito, Tiffany Haddish. I'm sure I'm forgetting someone else, but a lot of people in this film. And it's like obviously it's a Disney film. It's based off the Disney ride, but it feels very kid-oriented, of like a quote-unquote introductory horror film of like, hey, look at this haunted house. In a little bit too childish for me, a little bit too predictable, for me. By the end of it just became like this CGI spectacle thing. And I don't know. It's just one of these movies that exists that I wouldn't say I'm disappointed by it. It's about what I thought it was going to be. I think I gave it this is the last movie I gave like a 2.5 out of 5. So it could almost be a 3 out of 5, but I don't think it quite gets there. But I mean, if you want to show a spooky movie to your kids, you could probably show them this one. It's PG-13, might even be PG, honestly. But it just kind of exists there. Wasn't fully enamored with it. Coming in 95th place, another potentially hot take here. Are you there, God? It's me, Margaret. Apparently, this is a book adaptation. I've never read the book, so I had no idea what this was going into it. I just kind of went to go see it one day. Sorry. I just spaced out. And fun fact about me. I'm not interested in watching teenage girls go through puberty. I know, shocking, right? So when you have a movie about teenage girls going through puberty, it's not that interesting to me, and I don't care. I just don't care. However, the film was fine. You know, there are moments about it that are relatable because, like, we've all gone through puberty, or if you're older, you've all gone through puberty. You know how awkward it can be, and like, oh my god, my body's changing. Weird shit like that. So like, there's some awkward humor that could go with it, but I just, for the subject matter, I just didn't care. I'm just not interested. It's not something I want to know about, or it's not something I want to watch. So cool. 94. I've seen this one higher up on list too. No One Will Save You. No. I think my mom might like this film. It's about aliens, and she likes aliens. Anyways, so it's like this alien invasion silent film. Another silent film, better than Silent Night. It's an alien invasion thing with an actress I've seen in something. I knew I looked it up. I knew I recognized her, and I looked up what she was from. And I was like, oh yeah, she was in that. But anyway, she's in something I've seen before. And for like the first half, when it was this alien home invasion movie, I really liked it. When it started expanding, and then like alien ships and stuff started showing up to her house, like more of them, I was like, I don't know if I like this as much. Very, very tense home invasion at the beginning. Very good. Like, if the movie was just about an alien home invasion and they stretched that to the full length, this film would be significantly higher. I really enjoyed the first half of the film. The second half, I didn't really care for all that much. So, oops. 93. She Came to Me. A movie where Peter Dinklage is married to Anne Hathaway there, and then through circumstances hooks up with Marissa Tomei, and then there's like this weird love triangle with it, and yada yada yada. Stuff happens. They're trying to save their daughter from someone, and then like a boat's involved to get them to a certain state where they can get married or something. I don't know. Like, it was fine. But it was fine. I don't know. Didn't really necessarily leave a mark on me. So I like the people in it. I like these three people right here. But oh well. Number 92, a movie that was awesome. Magic Mike's Last Dance, the other movie about strippers, male strippers, I saw this year. I saw 2 films about male strippers and 0 movies about female strippers, so it's pretty awesome. I have not seen any of the Magic Mike films besides this one. Pretty sure my mom wanted to go see this film, so seeing a movie about male strippers with your mom, that's a pretty cool mother-son bonding movie. Getting to see men take their clothes off. But anyways, should have done that in Vegas IRL, but we didn't. But, movie form, Channing Tatum, pretty cool. And it's okay. It's okay. It's kind of like this. What movie reminds me of? The Muppets movie from like 2014 where they need to save their studio or something. It's like that, but with strippers, and Salma Hayek hires male strippers. So that's essentially what this film is. And for what it was okay. I don't see myself rewatching this. This movie didn't make me want to go watch the other Magic Mike movies. But I mean, I think I enjoyed it more than I thought I would. So yeah. Number 91, 80 for Brady. Um, the movie about the old ladies sneaking into the Super Bowl because they have a crush on Tom Brady. I saw this movie with my grandmother, so that was a pretty fun thing to do with good old Gam Gam there. But the film was fine. It was like um, it was predictable comedy, not LOL laugh out loud funny shit, you know. But um, I can't stop yawning. Ah. Um, but it was fine. I don't see myself rewatching this. I mean, I'm not necessarily familiar with any of these actresses here. Um, so yeah, has my favorite F bomb of the year when Tom Brady goes, "Let's fucking go." I was like, "Yeah." You tell him, Tom, win that Super Bowl, which he's won like what, 20 of them at this point. Number 90, The Machine. Um, apparently this guy's a comedian who tells this story. He does like a bit about how he went to Russia in high school and then like became the machine there. And so this movie takes that stand up bit but like makes it into a movie, right? You have Mark Hamill doing drugs here. That's pretty cool. Seeing Luke Skywalker do drugs. Um, and the film's funny, but it's not amazing. But it was funny for what it was. I mean, it's one of those movies where I'm not upset that I saw it. I enjoyed it when I saw it, but I haven't thought about it again since. Number 89, Kandahar. This Gerard Butler war movie. Um, and I'm not huge on war movies. This one and the one above it bleed together pretty well, so it's kind of um, difficult for me to discern between the two of them. Um, just like as a Gerard Butler action film, that was fine. There's gonna be another one we talk about, like two movies here. So number 88, a Guy Ritchie film, one of the two Guy Ritchie films to come out this year, actually. The Covenant, the another war movie. That's why this one and Kandahar kind of bleed together for me, where Jake Gyllenhaal is like on this, I want to say like a ops mission or something, and he gets stranded with their interpreter, and then his interpreter has to like, and he like gets her, and his interpreter has to take him to safety or whatever. So it's a kind of a cool story, more memorable than Kandahar for me. That's why it's kind of above it. But I just don't really care for war movies all that much. So yeah. I mean that's it. I mean it's Guy Ritchie. Guy Ritchie's a really good director, and I enjoy a lot of his films, or at least all the ones I've seen. I enjoy. So yeah. Number 87, Hidden Strike. This is a Netflix original film, and it's generic as hell. It's just your generic run of the mill Netflix action film, but it has Jackie Chan and John Cena in it. I really enjoy John Cena. That's why I chose to watch this. Not and I didn't even realize Jackie Chan was in it until I clicked play. Um, but when you say Netflix action film, that this is the most generic version of that. Um, it's nothing more than that. There's no standout moments to it. There's no amazing story to it. There's no memorable characters or character arcs. It's just Jackie Chan and John Cena doing their thing in an action movie. And so I got entertainment value out of it. That's literally it. That's literally it. Number 86. Butcher's Crossing. Butcher's Crossing. Another Nicolas Cage film. He was in like 5 movies I saw this year. That's insane. Um Essentially Nicolas Cage like is in this town. It's like a semi-western, and they're like, hey, we're gonna go hunt for hides. And so they go out, and it's like the biggest hunt ever, and they're gonna bring back thousands of hides and be rich. Essentially, they go out on this hunt and they do exactly what he said, but then it's like winter and then stuff happens, they stay longer, they get trapped there because of snow. And so they have to survive, and then they have to get back with all their hides. I didn't really like Nicolas Cage's character in this movie. He's kind of a dick, but I mean, for the most part, it was entertaining. Yeah. Father, Father, if you're still watching this, I think you would like this film. It's about hunting. You like hunting. I think you'd like it. Number 85, The Shift. This is kind of like a multiverse movie, in a way, where we're like the Neil McDonough guy, the big head guy there, the guy who's in the back there smiling. Yeah, that dude I was trying to talk about earlier with Soulmates. I don't know his full name, or if I'm saying it right, whatever. Um, he like essentially just brings people into his universe, I think, or whatever, and then replaces them in theirs with someone from something else, and like he's getting these people together so he can like take over other ones or make his perfect reality or whatever. I don't know. And it's all about this guy trying to get back to his so he can be with his wife and daughter, whatever. Um, so it's an interesting concept. It's like a unique spin on the multiverse thing. You have what's his name, Sean Austin in there. Samwise Gamgee there. I think his name's Sean Austin from Lord of the Rings. He's in there. That's pretty cool. They do a twist with this character, which I thought was very obvious. It's another one of these films where there's a lot of kind of like Malum, where there's moments in it where, like, you don't know what's reality, like you don't know what's real and what's not real. And I don't really like when films do that, and it does that a little bit. So yeah, but overall it was fine. 84, Polite Society. I could see myself rewatching this one. Um, it's a movie about this girl that wants to be a stunt woman, and she has like, I don't know if they're like dream sequences or whatever, but she like beats people up at school doing like martial arts and stuff. Then becomes like this like conspiracy theory where they're going against conspiracy theorists and whatever. A really wild movie with martial arts action in there, so it's cool action and stuff. But not one that I really gravitated towards. But I could see myself rewatching it because it's just such a weird, wacky movie. But yeah, yeah, I'm into it. Again, I'm getting to that point where my throat hurts from talking, so I have to drink more often. Where were we? 83, the last film. This is the last film I watched in 2023 in general. Out of all 400 films I watched total in 2023, this is the last one I saw, and it was a new release. So it's the 152nd movie I saw. Maestro, the Bradley Cooper directed Netflix film about Leonard Bernstein, where he plays Leonard Bernstein. It's about him and like his wife and their like romantic shit and whatever. Yeah. Bradley Cooper gives a really good performance. He's a very good director. I just didn't care for the story. this just seems like Bradley Cooper really trying to get an Oscar, which he deserves it. He's a very good actor. I don't know if he's going to get it this year because he's posed up against some really good other performances like Zac Efron, who probably have my vote, or Paul Giamatti, one of those two. But it was interesting to see his performance, right? It's one of those films where it's kind of more interesting to see the performance, the transformative performance by the person. Kind of like Elvis last year. I wasn't huge on Elvis when I first watched it, and then I rewatched it for the Oscars this year, and then I really enjoyed it. But that movie is more so, to a certain extent, just watching Austin Butler's do his performance. Same thing with The Whale. Just watching Brendan Fraser give this performance. That's kind of what this film feels like. Just seeing Bradley Cooper give this transformative, amazing performance, instead of being this movie that I'm really invested in watching and care about the story and characters all that much. So, number 82, the other Gerard Butler action film this year. One of the first movies I saw in 2023 that is played. This is just a perfectly fine, passable action film. You can. It's just like, I think the way I saw it described is like, this is the ultimate. I don't know what I want to watch. It's the afternoon on a weekend. I want to watch an action movie. Oh, Plane. Like, that's a good description. It's very generic. You know exactly what's going to happen the entire time. There's fun action. Like, it entertained. Cool. Plane. 81. VHS 85, I believe, is this one that came out this year. Which one came out last year? Was it 99 that came out last year? Right. Yes. VHS 99 came out last year. Was it 94? One of the two. I'm not huge on the VHS franchise. I've only seen 94, 99, and now 85. I'm just not big on anthology films. There were some interesting things here, but they all kind of bleed together, all the VHS films for me, and they're all just kind of these okay films. I think this is the one where they were like where there's like this goddess underground for one of them. I like that section, I think. There was one about a lake in this one too. So they're not super memorable, but I enjoyed them when I watched them, if that makes sense. So, and with all the VHS films, I think the individual parts are stronger than the whole. I've never enjoyed every single anthology thing in a single VHS film, but I've enjoyed like one or two of them and then thought one or two were okay, and then I didn't like one or two of them. That's pretty much how all three of the VHS movies I've watched go. So, I mean, I'm fine watching them. They don't offend me. They're just kind of these things that exist. Number 80, The Marsh King's Daughter. Yeah, it exists. Essentially, like, Daisy Ridley was like, so her mother was taken captive by Ben Mendelsohn there, and they had a daughter, which is Daisy Ridley, out in the marsh. Whoa. And then her and the mother escape because she was kidnapped, right? And so then they catch the dad. He goes to jail, and then like 20 years later, he breaks out of jail and is now coming for the daughter, right? And so it's about her like trying to protect her family and trying to outsmart her dad with all these things that he taught her and stuff. So it's kind of interesting. When it gets to the third act, there's some pretty interesting things of just like how they try to outsmart each other. But ultimately there's a lot of predictability in the third act. But I mean, it was interesting for what it was. I think this might be adapted from a book. Correct me if I'm wrong. But I mean, yeah, it was kind of predictable towards the end. So yeah, I'm gonna read some comments. I really liked Infinity Pool. My wife was tortured at the theater with that one. Yeah, I remember you saying you liked it. I think I watched a review for that one, or at least I saw it on Letterboxd. I wouldn't say I was tortured by it. I just wasn't a huge fan of it. So, I mean, I want to rewatch it. So yeah, 80 for Brady was not good for me. It was decent for me. I'm not saying it was amazing. But yeah. All right. Real quick before we continue, I have to go potty. So I've been drinking a lot of Coke. So, here, watch this intro thing again. Enjoy.
The four of us are here to prevent the apocalypse. We, and when I say we, I mean everyone in this cabin, can stop it from happening. Ultimately, whether the world ends or not, it's completely up to you three. Your family must choose to willingly sacrifice one of the three of you in order to prevent the apocalypse.
Yay! I went potty. Be proud of me, please. Oh. Okay, what were we? 2.5 hours. We're about halfway done. I'm going so slow. But we got this. Thanks for bearing with me while I went pee. Anyways, number 79. Operation Fortune Ruse de Guerra, some shit there. I don't know. A Guy Ritchie film. It's Jason Statham doing a Guy Ritchie film. It's entertaining. But when I think of a Guy Ritchie film, I want it to have a little bit more flair to it, a little bit more memorability to it, and this one just kind of fell into that generic zone for me. And so it was a tad bit disappointing because when I think Guy Ritchie, I want it to be a really cool and clever film, and this one was just more of a generic, straightforward action film. So, yeah. Number 78. If Anthony's still watching, he's going to be upset with me, but When Evil Lurks. I believe this is an Argentinian horror film. And it's essentially like a take on a demonic possession film, but it's kind of like a zombie film, I guess, in a way, where essentially like this evil just jumps from body to body, and it's like a curse that follows these people essentially. So it's a unique take on a demon possession film. I appreciated that because I'm not a huge fan of that subgenre at all. There are very few of those movies I like, or I mean love. There are some that I think are okay, but it's a very brutal film. So I appreciated that. It's very gory. It's very unforgiving, but at the same time, it's a little bit too unforgiving. There's a lot of stuff in there that just rubs you the wrong way. When like a dog's possessed and just fucking bites a kid on the head and then just like ragdolls the kid around. That's intense. That's pretty intense. Pretty unforgiving. So it's memorable. I wouldn't say I loved it. I can respect it. I think it's a very well made film. Not necessarily something I see myself rewatching, but I enjoyed my experience with it. 77. You won't be surprised it's this high, but hey. Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania, another massive disappointment, and one of the first signs, if not the first sign, that 2023 was going to be a year. That's for sure for comic book films, and not in a good way, where pretty much all of them lost money. Besides like Guardians Volume 2 and maybe Spider-Verse. Every single other comic book film lost money this year, like hundreds of millions of dollars. But Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania. Very disappointing film. Should have been a lot better than it was. When you market your film as setting up Kang and then he's defeated by ants, it doesn't really set up Kang very well. As the kickoff to Phase 5 wasn't the best. There's not a lot of good CGI in here. Also, something for me, if you know me, I'm not a very huge fan of Star Wars, and so kind of this being like a MCU Star Wars type-ish story, I was like, don't really care. Like you can feel the Star Wars influences when you watch this film. But I really enjoy Paul Rudd as Ant-Man. I really like Catherine Newton as an actress, so I didn't hate her rendition of Cassie Lang. But it's not amazing. It is very mediocre when it should have been a lot better. Speaking of other comic book films, I'm gonna go turn my heater on real quick while I do this, so I'll talk about it in a sec. But 76, Shazam: Fury of the Gods. So again, kind of like Ant-Man, just a generic comic book movie. And when I watch comic book movies nowadays, I really want them to be different and stand out. I want more stuff like the Batman. I want more stuff like Joker, like Watchmen, stuff that's different, that doesn't feel like it's just the CGI spectacle thing. You can make a CGI spectacle thing that I really enjoy, like the Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. But I just don't want generic comic book stuff anymore. And so this just kind of falls into that thing of like, it was fine, but it's not as good as it could have been. The first Shazam is a very interesting film because it's like, what if a kid was given superpowers and is essentially now this man-child played by Zachary Levi, which is really good. So it was really interesting and a really cool, refreshing superhero film. It doesn't really work anymore now that the kid's a little bit older, but still acts exactly the same. So, and again, it's just one of those comic book films that lost a lot of money this year because people don't care anymore. Especially with these last few DCEU films, people just seem to not give a shit because we know the universe is ending. It is ended now. So it just feels like we just need to shove these out just to release them. So all year these movies have had that huge handicap of we know this doesn't mean anything, so why do we care? So done. Number 75, The Sun. This is a drama where like Hugh Jackman's son struggles with depression, I believe. It's been a long time since I've seen this. I think I saw this in January. But essentially, like their parents got divorced, and then he was like never the same after it, and he's like having trouble dealing with that, if I remember correctly. Um, and the main thing holding this film back is Hugh Jackman's character is not likable. Yes, he gives a good performance, but he's just not likable in this film whatsoever. He doesn't seem to sympathize with his son at all, and it's just I don't know. It just didn't work for that. Otherwise, the story's fine. It's a decent film. It's a decent watch. But it could have been a very good drama, but instead it was just kind of an okay one. Speaking of okay dramas, we have number 74, Priscilla, the Elvis movie that came out this year. And the obvious comparison for this film is Elvis that came out last year. And when you have a movie like Elvis that gets Oscar nominations and has a transformative performance from Austin Butler as Elvis, and you watch this other film as Elvis, pretty much everything pales in comparison to that. The guy who plays Elvis, Jacob Elordi, he was in Saltburn too. I don't think he's a bad actor, but I don't think he was a great pick for Elvis, especially when we just got what Austin Butler did last year. And so it's not as good with that. And it's kind of telling this different type of Elvis story where Elvis is kind of like your antagonist in the film, or where it doesn't really paint him in a good light. And it's kind of telling it from Priscilla's point of view. And, even though it might be, I don't know if it might be, even though it's like true, I guess, of like this is how Elvis actually was behind closed doors or whatever, it's not necessarily something you want to see, I guess, even though it's probably true or whatever. It's not necessarily something you want to see Elvis being the villain. Regardless if it's true or not, it's just not something that you're necessarily interested in seeing. So I don't know. It didn't fully work for me, but it was fine as seeing like this different take on Elvis was interesting, but Elvis kind of being a dick in the film, not necessarily something I was looking for. Number 73. I saw this on quite a few worst of the year lists, and that's It's a Wonderful Knife. This is the latest film in like this craze of taking a classic film and turning it into a slasher. You had Totally Killer earlier this year, which we haven't talked about yet. You had the two Happy Death Day movies, you had Freaky, and now you have It's a Wonderful Knife, where it takes It's a Wonderful Life and turns it into a slasher. Hence the name It's a Wonderful Knife. And this is probably my least favorite of them. Well, I don't really care for Happy Death Day too, but this one is on the below the other three. Happy Death Day, Totally Killer. Obviously, you haven't seen it yet, and then Freaky. And just as a generic slasher, it's okay. I like slashers. I like horror films. So seeing a generic slasher will give me some enjoyment. I've never seen It's a Wonderful Life, so it was kind of interesting to me to see how this played out. However, I was lost after what happened because I went to the bathroom right as they like wished they were never born or whatever, and then I came back and I'm like, what the hell's happening? So I was confused. Took me a little bit to do that, but that's my own fault for having to take a piss. But anyways, I mean the kills aren't very good. It does this thing where it's supposed to be a whodunit, but it reveals the whodunit like the first 5 minutes, so it's not that interesting anymore. There's a lot of slasher tropes in here, but I mean, I just like slashers, so I enjoyed it. Also, a really odd theater experience with this one. I was in the theater with a few other people. It was a smaller theater. And these teenage boys came in and started moaning out like right inside the door. Like, oh yeah, and I'm like, what? It was really odd. So, yep, that's It's a Wonderful Knife. Number 72. God damn, I'm surprised this even made it this high. The Nun 2. I'm not saying this is a great movie. It's number 72 out of 152. We're not even halfway yet, or maybe we are halfway. We're close. We're a little bit above the halfway mark. But I'm surprised it made it this high. Now, I only gave it a 3 out of 5, and I stand by that. I stand by all the criticisms I gave this film. I expected this to be dog shit. I expected this to be in my bottom 10 of the year, and it's this high. I'm genuinely shocked. The First Nun is one of the worst films in the Conjuring universe, the most generic, bland demon possession film in that universe. It might be my least favorite. That and the first Annabelle, I don't like at all. So you take a genre of film I don't like, a sequel to a film that I don't like, and you give me a good film. Like, whoa, that's kind of cool. Again, it's a generic haunted house film, but it worked. It just worked for me. It's significantly better than the first Nun, so that's pretty cool. But I mean, it's at the end of the day, it's a generic haunted house Conjuring spin-off film, right? It's just executed better than the first Nun, so it surprised me. I'm not saying it's good. I'm not trying to sing this movie's praises or anything, but I had a decent time with it. That's literally it. Is that I just had a decent time with it, and I'm shocked that I even had a decent time with it. So there you go, The Nun 2. Number 71, The Little Mermaid. Whoa, what a film to talk about, because God forbid we made Ariel black. Oh no. Who fucking cares? Okay, it's a Little Mermaid movie. Who gives a shit? Okay, just watch the fucking movie. Stop getting all mad just because the actress that plays Ariel's black. She did great. Okay, she did great in this role. Who fucking cares? Anyways, I know I've seen the original Little Mermaid. It has been a long time since I've seen it. So I couldn't tell you jack shit about it. So let's just say that this was watching this film for the first time, right? It's a pretty good movie. I like Melissa McCarthy as Ursula. I liked Javier Bardem as the king. I liked Halle Bailey as Ariel. Some of the musical numbers were pretty cool, but at the end of the day, it was predictable. You know, like as someone who I say I haven't, like this might as well be my first time experiencing this story since I haven't seen it in a long time. I know the basic story of the Little Mermaid, so it wasn't like I didn't know nothing about it, but it just I wasn't surprised at anything that happened. I wasn't like, oh, that's cool. And like, sure. I don't know. It was fine for what it was, right? I don't know. I feel like people just wanted to hate on this movie, just literally for the fact because they casted someone who's black as Ariel, and I was like, who gives a shit? Who literally gives a fuck? And so that whole like thing pissed me off. I'm like, dude, who cares? Like literally, who cares? The only thing that matters is can she play Ariel and does she do a good job? And I think she did a good job. So go you, Halle Bailey. Good job to you. You did a great job as Ariel. Congrats. That's all that matters. Coming in 70th place, Asteroid City. Yes, a Wes Anderson film. Now, I'm gonna make this very clear. I am not big on Wes Anderson. I've seen 2 of his films, Asteroid City and Grand Budapest Hotel. Both of them are shot very well, have great performances. Both of them are just not for me. And that's exactly what Asteroid City is. I can respect it. I can see why people love it, but it is not a film for me. And so watching it, I'm like, I get why people love this, but it's not something I love. Also, at the same time, some of the characters in his films are a little bit too quirky. Some of the music was a little odd in this film. The way that it was also like a play in this one, but then like to get it was just a little odd. His films are always just a little bit odd for me, but not to the point where it destroys the film. I think both of his films are just fine that I've seen. So it's a movie that like I'm not like I know people love his films, and I'm not trying to like discredit him or anything, but he's just not for me. I'm still gonna watch any new movies he has because I mean I'll support the guy. I mean he obviously has a fan base. People love his films. He's a very talented director. It's just that he doesn't make movies that are necessarily what I am looking for. So number 69, LMAO. We have Chevalier. This is a trailer I've been seeing for a very long time, and the movie finally came out this year. Surprise, surprise! It's almost like Morbius, right? Where we saw the trailer for like 4 years, and then they finally gave us that shitty movie. But this one was actually pretty good, a lot better than I expected it to be. I didn't think I was gonna like this film. It's about this guy Chevalier, who is a really good violin player or viola player, something like that, and he like does concerts and stuff or like writes music to help with the French Revolution, I believe. Um, so it was pretty interesting. Actually, it was pretty interesting. I'm pretty sure it's based off a true story. And for being a movie that I wasn't particularly interested in, it actually won me over, and I was pleasantly surprised that I thought the movie was good. So I'm not singing the praises of any of these movies yet. We're just in like the good category, but I enjoyed it. I really did enjoy it. So I think if you're really big on like history and stuff, I think you would really, really enjoy this one. Number 68, Blue Beetle. Again, this is like the superhero movies this year. This one was fine. You know, it's kind of like Iron Man in a way, person in a superpowered suit. Cool. Um, the thing that makes this one stand out though is that it has a lot of like Hispanic culture in there, so that made it unique. It's a lot about like family and like the culture and stuff. So that was cool to see that and have that be in there. But I mean like George Lopez is in here. He's not. I didn't think he added anything to the film, you know. But otherwise, it's just kind of a generic, predictable superhero film. But it just had that little bit to it that added to it a little bit. It's pretty standalone in the DCEU. I'm pretty sure that the guy who plays Blue Beetle is coming over to James Gunn's DCU, which I'm down to see more of this character. I wasn't overly enamored with this film, but I didn't hate it either. So it's just one of these films that exists again. 67, Mafia Mama. This one was pretty funny, I thought, or it was decently funny. Um, Essentially, Tony Collette there, who I think is a very good actress, like goes to her grandfather's funeral or something in Italy. Turns out he was like a mob boss and like left the whole mafia to her, and so she's like this suburban mom trying to run a mafia now. It's pretty funny. There's like some funny stuff there, but that that's literally about it. It's just like I wouldn't say it's not a sitcom, but there's a lot of situational humor in this film. Um, a lot of fish out of water stuff too, where it's like, oh, cool, white suburban mom goes into this Italian mafia. There's a lot of cool things where she like bakes muffins for a mafia meeting or something, right? So that part was kind of funny. But it just kind of exists. 66, Wrath of Becky. A few years ago, there was this film called Becky, and this is a sequel to that, where essentially this girl, Becky, does like a rated R Home Alone against neo-Nazis, and Kevin James is your lead neo-Nazi with a swastika tattooed on his head. And you see her just like take him out. I'm pretty sure Kevin James gets ran over with a lawnmower in that film. She like stabs people with a sharpened ruler and stuff. So it was fun, right? I think I enjoyed the original more than this, but again, it's like just Becky taking out the worst people. I think she's taking out white supremacists in this one, and I'm pretty sure what's his name, Sean William Scott, I believe, Stifler. Yeah, Stifler from American Pie. I believe that's the actress's name. The actor's name. He's not an actress. Um, maybe, but who knows? Yeah, and it's essentially the same thing, her taking out the worst people in the most violent ways possible, and it's enjoyable, right? That's literally all it is just carnage candy. Have fun seeing terrible people die. So cool. Number 65. Ferrari. This one was a little bit disappointing to me that it was only okay. It's a very talky movie, where essentially Adam Driver plays the Ferrari, some dude Ferrari, and they're trying to win this race so that he goes out of debt essentially, and it's all about them trying to win this race and find the best racers, I guess. But then there's like a whole side story about how he has this son with someone he has this affair with, but his wife's kind of okay with it in a way, I think. So just a lot of like personal stuff in there too, when I think I was more interested in seeing the racing stuff and more about the cars and stuff, even though I'm not a huge car guy. I was like more interested in that, I guess, and like learning about Ferrari more than some of this other stuff. But yeah, there's a pretty brutal crash scene in the middle of in the middle of the film where you're just kind of going along. Then oh shit, that was brutal as hell. So that's pretty good. Adam Driver gives a decent performance here. I think he's given other better performances in dramatic films other than this one, but yeah. Coming in 64, this one also might be a pretty disappointing film for me. Well, it is a pretty disappointing film for me, but it's in the running for most disappointing film of the year. I said year really weird there. 64. Rebel Moon Part 1, A Child of Fire. The new Zack Snyder film. It's essentially Zack Snyder's take on Star Wars. It apparently was like pitched as a Star Wars film like a decade ago or something like that. So it's been in development for a while. If I had known this was coming out at the beginning of the year, this would have been very high up on my most anticipated movies of 2023. I love Zack Snyder. I adore that guy. He's one of my favorite directors. And even though I'm not big on Star Wars, I was interested to see what Zack Snyder was going to do with this. And you can very much feel that Star Wars flavor on here. But Zack Snyder kind of makes it his own in a way. It feels more like the Magnificent Seven to me. We're going to place recruiting person to fight people, and yeah, but then we never fight them, right? Because that's coming in part 2. And so this film just feels like all set up. It has that part 1 problem where it's all set up, and then part 2 is probably going to be all payoff, huge action sequences and whatever. This film's also PG-13, and that there's that rated R Snyder, the director, cut out there because for some reason, Zack Snyder is cursed to where they always water his movie down, and then he releases a director's cut, which is always better than the theatrically or first release, because this was a Netflix original. And I have a hard time believing I wouldn't like his director's cut better than this, but it just seems so familiar to other things we've seen. Like, yes, it has all that Star Wars flavor, and like I said, it feels very much like like Magnificent Seven. It just feels derivative, and that's not something I want to say about Zack Snyder. I want him to always have original, unique ideas. Like Army of the Dead was an insanely original idea and unique, even though it's based off stuff. The Watchmen is a very unique film. I want him to have very unique films in his filmography and not stuff that's derivative of other stuff. And so it's just disappointing to me as a Zack Snyder fan, as someone who loves Zack Snyder, that I was very disappointed by one of his films. However, I am looking forward to part 2. Maybe when I see the whole story as like the Rebel Moon story, it will be really good together. But as a part 1, it just felt like all set up and very derivative of other things, with not a whole lot of that. So, number 63, the closure to the DCEU, and that is Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom. I'm just going to sound like a broken record here about the other DCEU films I've seen. Like, it's fine. But the reason why this one's a little bit higher is because I like James Wan as a director. He's a very cool, stylistic director. Directs really good action sequences. He knows how to move the camera really cool. He uses a lot of colors. And the Aquaman films are campy, but this one I think went too campy. Like James Wan has campiness in some of his films, like Malignant was a pretty campy film to me. But that one felt like it fit. In the Aquaman movies, he goes a little bit too far for me. Also, this being the closer to the DCEU doesn't feel satisfying whatsoever. So that's a little bit of a knock against it. I love Patrick Wilson, man. The fact that Patrick Wilson is in this film brings it into my top half alone. I adore that dude. I fucking love him in everything he does. So he's phenomenal in everything. Jason Momoa I really like as Aquaman. I haven't seen anyone talk about this, but if you've seen this film, do you know that one scene where Dolph Lundgren's character is so obviously fully CGI? It's like close up, like he's like handing weapons to people, and he is totally fully CGI. I haven't seen anyone talk about that, but I noticed it, and I could not stop watching it during that scene in the film. So, yeah. But otherwise, it's another one of these DCEU films where we know it's ending. This is the last one, so like, why do we care? This doesn't matter, so whatever. Number 62. Transformers: Rise of the Beasts. This is the sequel to Bumblebee in this new Transformers line they're doing. Like, you had all the Michael Bay films. Now they're doing like a new Transformers timeline with Bumblebee and now this one. And I really liked Bumblebee. That's my favorite Transformers film. And so getting a follow-up to that was pretty exciting to a certain extent, but none of the Transformers movies I think are amazing, except Bumblebee. Bumblebee's really good. And the first one is pretty good too. But the rest of them are just loaded CGI explosion Michael Bay fests, right? And so this one was like surprising that it was good because I just don't care for any of the Transformers sequels. So I was surprised that I gave this one a positive review. Is it great? No, it's not great. I'm pretty sure we're still in the 3 out of 5 range. We're almost out of it. We're almost out of it. This is actually the last film. That's 3 out of 5 on my list. I'm pretty sure the next one's 3.5 out of 5. That's pretty cool. But yeah, I mean, as a Transformers film, entertaining action. You get like the beasts in here, which is pretty cool. Get some cool voice acting with Pete Davidson and Michelle Yeoh in there. But I mean, it's just a generic Transformers film where there's trying to bring this other thing through a like wormhole in the sky, and they stop them last minute, right? That's like the plot of every single Transformers film. And he says, "My name is Optimus Prime." You know, what else do you need in a Transformers film? Check. The end. But it was better than most of it because it wasn't 3 hours long. It didn't move at a glacial pace. So there you go. Number 61, A Man Called Otto. This might have been the second film I saw this year. I think this was the second film I saw after Megan. And yeah, it was good. Just a a really good dramatic film with Tom Hanks in there. A very heartwarming film, I would say, but it wasn't fully rewatch. It's not fully rewatchable for me. I didn't love it. That like I felt everyone else did. But it was good. It was good. Tom Hanks kind of playing this grump. This new family moves in, and they kind of show him how to not be a grump anymore. Essentially, um, it there's a certain amount of we've seen this before to this film, but at the end of the day, it was fun enough. Well, not fun. It was good enough, and I enjoyed what I saw with it. So yeah, number 60. Number 60 here. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles: Mutant Mayhem. I'm not sure if I've actually seen a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie before this. I am very unfamiliar with TMNT stuff, so I've never watched any shows or anything. I just kind of know they exist. I couldn't even tell you which one of the turtles is which. I just know they're named after like the Renaissance artists of like Michelangelo and whatever. There's some dude named Splinter in here, right? I'm not a TMNT guy, right? That's like before that's like from a time before me, right? It's ancient history, but the animation style is very cool here. There's a lot of good voice work in this movie, a stacked voice cast too. And as like an introductory TMNT movie, it was good, but I feel like TMNT is one of those things where like you need to have more nostalgia for it for you to love this film, essentially. And not having any nostalgia, not knowing anything about TMNT, it was just kind of like, yeah, that was a cool experience. I'm also not really the target. I'm not the target audience for this film, I guess is what I'm trying to say. And so, without any built-in nostalgia, without any love for TMNT, it's just kind of this movie that I enjoyed that exists. So, number 60, TMNT Mutant Mayhem. Comments. Let's read a comment. I really like Chevalier. I wish they'd released it on physical. I had a guy snoring the entire film. It was hilarious. I was in the small theater. He was snoring. It's like, wow. Yeah, if they put Chevalier on a physical media, I'd probably pick it up if it was a good price. But yeah. Sorry, I'm just looking at my cards to see if I'm missing any others. Looks like I'm missing number 54. Oh. So when we get to number 54, I guess I don't have a card for it. Ooh, let me try and guess. Let me try and guess. What is it? What is it? What is it? Ooh. Ah, I don't know. I don't know. Anyways, let's knock these last ones at it in 3 hours. I could literally do less than a minute for each of these films and we'd still hit 4 hours. So yeah, I'm number 59, Joyride. Oh, this is a raunchy comedy about a girl who was born in, what was it, China or Japan, one of the two, and then was adopted out of the United States. And this is about her wanting to go back and meet her mom or her parents. I believe it's her mom. Yeah, she wants to meet her mom. And then she goes along with this group of friends, and like one of them's a cousin or something. And just hijinks and shit ensue, and it's a raunchy comedy. It was funny. I laughed a few times. I enjoyed myself with it. I mean, it's just kind of like a raunchy comedy though. So it was enjoyable. I enjoyed it. Yeah. This one also might be another hot take. Oh no. Oh no. Hot take galore. Number 58. Extraction 2. I have seen this on quite a few best of the year lists. And I'm not sure if I necessarily understand why. I had never seen the first Extraction because like you've probably heard me, I don't have the best Stigma towards streaming films. I just don't care for a lot of them. I genuinely don't care. A lot of them I don't like. And so I try to steer clear of them most of the time. So I never checked out the first Extraction. Then I heard that this one was coming out. And, you know, every year there seems to just be one movie on Netflix that people lose their minds over, like just absolutely go bananas for, and just don't shut up about it. Last year it was The Adam Project. The year before was Red Notice, and then before that it was like Bird Box, right? Just every year there seems to be one movie on Netflix that everyone's like, "Oh, that's so good. That's so good. Netflix is so good." It's like you watched one good movie on their streaming service, one mediocre movie on their streaming service, and it's like, oh, that's so good. Like, what about the 50 other they made this year that are pieces of shit? Are you gonna talk about those? No. Oh, okay, whatever, whatever. Back to Extraction 2. Extraction 2. I would say this is better than the first Extraction. Um, and there is really good action sequences in here, but it hasn't stuck with me. It hasn't stuck with me. Yes, there are very good action sequences. Yes, there's a really good one taken here. Chris Hemsworth is a badass, but it hasn't stuck with me. And so that's what kind of brings it down a little bit. Is that it just didn't stick with me. It's not one that I would see myself rewatching a whole lot just because it it was kind of just a generic action film to me with really good action. So, yeah. Number 57, another Netflix film. I actually kind of found this one on my own. Whoa, shit, what's the name of this? I wanted to say No One Will Save You. Wow. I can't remember the name of this film. While I talk about it, let me look up the name of it. But essentially, you have Ethan Hawke and Julia Roberts staying in this house, and then Mahershala Ali shows up and is like, "Hey, we need to stay at your house." And then, kind of like apocalyptic stuff starts going down. Trapped in this house, some weird shit with deer outside, and sorry, about to find the name. About to find the name. Leave the World Behind. Leave the World Behind. That is the name of the film. See, not putting the names on these is really testing my brain, but Leave the World Behind. And essentially just all this like apocalyptic stuff starts happening. You get little clues of different things happening. And then eventually there's this reveal at the end about what's actually happening. And as an apocalyptic thriller film, I thought it was good. I didn't think the twist fully worked. They could have come up with something better as far as I'm concerned, but overall, it was just like a good enough thriller film. So as far as Netflix originals go, it was pretty good. Number 56. It Lives Inside. It Lives Inside. Yeah, this is a creature feature. Where I think it's going off like Pakistani lore, I believe, if I remember correctly. Um, yeah, some Southern Asian lore, I believe. Um, Essentially about this creature that can inhabit your body and wants to get inside you and then makes you violent or do stuff right. I thought the creature design was pretty cool. I thought the way they defeated the creature was dumb. There's a certain there's a certain amount of genericness to this film, but as a horror film, I liked it. It had some pretty brutal scares in it. Pretty brutal kills that were kind of scary. I mean, they didn't scare me, but I can see where they would scare people. So yeah, I should have left that open for number 54, which is soon. Number 55. This actually. Oh, okay. Number 55. The Super Mario Bros. Movie. One of the second highest grossing film of 2023. And I understand why this grossed that much money. It's a superficially entertaining film that is kind of a love letter to Nintendo fans. Um, so many references to the whole Mario universe, like Easter eggs galore in here. Where I bought it, so I'd probably watch it again and see how much I can pick up on. But I enjoyed it. I don't think the story's very good here, but superficially it was entertaining. Voice cast was really good. Jack Black as Bowser was hilarious. This film, like the Peaches, 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 Peaches song was incredible. Let's get that winning best original song at the Oscar, please. Please, I will campaign for that any day of the week. But it was fine. You know, it could have been worse. I expected it to be worse. But it was good. Story not good, entertaining very much so. I mean, kids obviously enjoyed this film. So parents took their kids out to see it and made like $1.3 billion. So yeah. Number 54 is going to be Elemental, and I actually don't have a card for this one. This is the last one I don't have a card for. I scrolled through the rest of this, and I have cards for the rest. So Elemental, one of the Pixar. This is the only Pixar film that came out this year, I believe so. And so I'm not that big into animated films anymore. I mean, you can see how many I've had on this list, right? We had Mario, which is more of a cultural phenomenon. You had Paw Patrol, which I went to see because it like as a joke. I went to go see Paw Patrol. You have the TMNT movie, which is more of it's more like that's more for all ages than like Spider-Verse, which is aimed for all ages too. So I just don't go see animated films. Like I didn't see the Trolls movie, I didn't see Wish, I didn't see something else probably that I don't care about. But it this one was good. This was like a Pixar rom-com with like different elements and stuff. So I thought that was pretty cool. I like the world of Element City was pretty cool. The two main characters were pretty likable. But there's a lot of tropes in this film, obviously. I mean, the animation style looks really good. The animation in here, I mean, is expected from Pixar. I mean, Pixar just makes really great films. So, I mean, I'm not trying to take away anything from Pixar. It's just like as I've gotten older, I have moved away from watching animated films, and I get more invested in dramas and horror films and action films and more stuff that's more adult and stuff. So for a film that wasn't something I was necessarily interested in, I enjoyed it. Number 53, Creed 3. Now I had never seen any of the Rocky or any of the Creed movies until about the week leading up to this film, and I binged all of them. I watched all of them. Creed 2. Creed 2 is my favorite. Like both of the Creed 1 and Creed 2 are like my two favorite Rocky films above the original, which is probably pretty controversial. But I thought both of those films were fantastic. And so then going to this one, I actually got really excited for it. Even though I wasn't excited for it at the beginning of the year, I was very excited going into it after watching the first two Creed films and like, damn, those were incredible films. Hopefully this is just as good. And this one was a little bit of a letdown. I still think Michael B. Jordan is great in the role. I didn't really care for the anime influences in this film. I've never watched anime. I have a very hard time believing I would enjoy anime. So it's not something I'm necessarily interested in. So I didn't I didn't think that fit in a Creed movie, and it wasn't something I necessarily enjoyed in a Creed film. I didn't think the story was as good in this one. You do also have to acknowledge that Sylvester Stallone did not return as Rocky for this film, and it does feel like there's a kind of like a hole missing in this film with him because like that was like some of my favorite stuff about the first two Creed films is him being the mentor and he's not really here anymore. Um, so I didn't really like that. Also, Jonathan Majors in this film, he look he's good in this. He was good in Ant-Man and whatever. He would dude, that guy fumbled so hard. He was on track to be the next big star, right? Like you get cast in the MCU as a new big bad. You're in Ant-Man, then you're in Creed, and now you are going to prison for domestic abuse. Like, damn. And Marvel Studios fired you. So just one of the biggest career fumbles ever. It's insane to think about it in hindsight, but hey man, I liked him in this. I probably will never see him in anything ever again because I doubt anyone will work with him again, but you know. Number 52. The other movie about COVID. That's way better. Sick. This one's called Sick. It's Kevin Williamson written film. If you don't know who Kevin Williamson is, he's the guy that wrote I think he wrote Scream 1, 2, and 4, I believe. I believe he wrote the Scream 1, 2, and 4. So he writes these meta slasher films. He might have did some other work with like I Know What You Did Last Summer and stuff, but like a very 90s slasher type thing, right? And that is essentially what this film is. A Scream movie with the meta commentary being on COVID. When it's doing the COVID meta commentary, I thought it was hilarious, just like poking fun at the ridiculousness that of the craze that was COVID and all that stuff, right? While also giving you like a reason why these two characters would be secluded in this cabin to quarantine, like plays into it. Ultimately the killer's motivations and the killer's reveals weren't that interesting, but just as a slasher that has this commentary on COVID, I thought was pretty interesting. So I enjoyed it for what it was. Number 51. I don't think it'd be number 51 if I watched it again. I've only seen this film once. I can almost guarantee you on rewatch, this film will drop lower in this list, significantly lower. I think I have it at a 3.5 on Letterboxd right now, and just the more I think about this film, the less I get. But I did, for stupid me, I didn't change my list all that much when I was doing this. So, this is where it lands. I was telling you. Number 51, Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny. Ooh, complicated film. So, story time, because might as well make this live stream as long as fucking possible at this point. When I was young, I adored Indiana Jones. I was Indiana Jones for Halloween one year. For Christmas, I got like all the Indiana Jones Lego sets. I played the Indiana Jones Lego games. I loved Indiana Jones. I wanted to be Indiana Jones, like most people wanted to be this handsome dude beating up Nazis, right? That's the dream, being handsome and beating up Nazis. But so I was really into Indiana Jones. I haven't watched them in years, in literal years. So I wasn't as excited for this film as I probably would have been had I been in love with Indiana Jones over the past number of years like I used to be when I was really young. So rewatching them, Raiders of the Lost Ark is one of the greatest films ever made. They just reassured me on that. I really like Temple of Doom. I really, really like Last Crusade. Then Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, I think, is okay. And so going into this one, I was hoping for just a better closure to this character than Kingdom of the Crystal Skull gave us. And on first watch, I'd say yes. I don't know what I would say now. Just the more time I sit with this film, the less favorable I think about it. But I enjoyed the opening to this film. except when it showed the de-aging, having this little short, the short movie essentially with Indiana Jones during World War II was pretty cool. I like some of the casting in here. I hated this time travel aspect in the film. It just, for me, Kingdom of the Crystal Skull went too far with outlandish out there with interdimensional traveling aliens, and now you're time traveling and like this loop and what I didn't care for it. It, it's good. It's okay. It's decent, right? There's just so much about Indiana Jones that I don't think you can execute now with Harrison Ford being as old as he is. I just don't think it works as well as it used to work. So it was kind of a letdown, but at the same time, I was kind of prepared for it being a letdown. And just the more I think about it, the less I like it. So probably wouldn't be 51 if I rewatched. I can almost guarantee you it wouldn't be 51 if I rewatched it. In all honesty, if I were to rewatch it, it'd probably drop a good 20 or so spots. Number 50. This one's probably gonna be another hot take. The Boogeyman. The Boogeyman. I know a lot of people did not care for this film. I thought it was decent. I thought it was an okay little horror film that came out in the summer. Sorry, I just turned my heater off again. Oh, that's my computer making noise. I just kind of thought this was a decent little horror film that came out. Interesting creature design, for the most part. Interesting creature lore. The most aggravating thing about this film is that you know that the creature's weakness is light, and so you just continuously walk into rooms and not turn the light on. Like, what the hell is wrong with you? Like, legitimately, what is wrong with you? Oh, this creature's gonna come after me. Let me go sit in the basement with all the lights off. What, dude, what is going through your head, moron? Anyways, apparently this is a Stephen King adaptation too. So I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it more than most people did. I'm not saying it's great. Not saying it's great, but as a decent little horror film, I enjoyed it for what it was, and I bought it. I mean, I'm willing to rewatch it. So yeah. Number 49. About My Father. Yeah, it's essentially about like this guy wants to propose to this girlfriend, and so he's gonna do it at this family retreat. But then his like dad comes along. His dad's like very in this one way, and the family's in this other way, and so they kind of clash for a little bit. So there's some funny moments like that, and then everyone starts liking him, and so it's just like a very generic, predictable type comedy like that. But it was enjoyable. I thought it was pretty funny. At the end, it's pretty heartwarming. There's some pretty funny moments in here. So I enjoyed it. I think the trailers gave away too much for this film for like the super funny moments. But for what it was, I enjoyed it. Number 48. This one will also probably be a little bit of a hot take. I have a lot of hot takes this year. Not hot takes, but unpopular choices. Hot takes. Whatever the fuck you want to call them. Number 48. Talk to Me. Look, I enjoyed this film. I mean, it's in the top third of movies I'm talking about. We're here, right? We're finally here at movies I like and movies I enjoyed. It's been a long journey. It's been a 3-hour journey till we get here. Oh my god. But yes, Talk to Me. Essentially, these kids are playing like this party game where you grab this ceramic hand and then you can see the dead or something, right? And like, how long can you last, essentially? And then stuff starts turning sinister pretty quickly. Interesting concept. Apparently, this was made by YouTubers, so that's pretty cool. Really interesting concept. Brutal as hell. I just wasn't as enamored with it as everyone else seemed to be. Like, it's like one of those films where like I agree with pretty much everything everyone says about this film, I just didn't love it like everyone else seemed to. So, talk to me. Good horror film. I mean, I bought it, so sure, whatever. Number 47, Champions. This is a movie about Woody Harrelson being a basketball coach. He gets like what do I want to say, like taken away from his team or something, like put on suspension from his team, and then he is told that he's gonna have to coach a team of people with disabilities, essentially. Um, and it's pretty funny. I thought it was pretty funny. I really like Woody Harrelson. So as far as but it's like an underdog sports team story. You know, we've seen a lot of those. This one was just funny, and memorable to me. So, yep. That's all I have to say about that one. Number 46, The Equalizer 3. Both the Equalizer films before this I thought have been pretty good. I mean, I like Anton Fuqua as a director. He always delivers really good action sequences, and I really like Denzel Washington as an actor. Both of these films have really good action sequences and really gory, brutal kills too, which, you know me, I love that. So this was a good closure to this little trilogy here of action films. What what makes this one stand out from the rest is kind of like Denzel Washington doing Equalizer stuff in Europe, and there's like this community vibe to it of like, well, he's gonna take it. Well, he always takes out like mobsters or something, but he's taken out like this mafia type thing, but then there's like this town to it or whatever where they're backing him or whatever, but and it's just kind of more Equalizer stuff. Like I said, I enjoyed it. I'm not over the moon about any of the Equalizer films, but it was on par with the other two Equalizer films. But hey, it's Equalizer, it's Denzel, pretty cool. Number 45. I have a lot of fun doing that. Napoleon. This is a weird one. It's a Ridley Scott film, and for the most part, I really like Ridley Scott. Right? I love The Martian. I love Aliens. A few of his other films I really enjoy. So I really like him as a director. He's obviously like one of those like top tier directors. You know, like he makes classics, right? Stuff like that. And so when you hear Ridley Scott is making a movie about Napoleon with Joaquin Phoenix playing Napoleon, like, damn, that could be pretty good. But the movie just feels like a Wikipedia page of events in Napoleon's life, and we're just showing these events. It's like, hey, look, here's something Napoleon did. Hey, look, here's something Napoleon did. Hey, look, here's something Napoleon did. And a lot of them is just wars and fighting and stuff. So when you see these action sequences, like these war sequences, they're pretty cool, pretty intense, and whatever. And here throw the picture up again. When it's like fighting with like swords and stuff, like more like melee stuff. I don't know, like medieval stuff. You know, like how in Lord of the Rings they're using like swords and axes and stuff. I don't know. I enjoy that type of fighting more than just like people running around with machine guns shooting each other. So I find that action more interesting. I find that like war sequences more interesting. But it was just weird that you're just telling the story of Napoleon, but you're just doing like these random events that don't really have a through line to them besides, oh, look, Napoleon's here and he's trying to conquer everything. So that was kind of weird. Another weird thing is that Napoleon is French. Everyone in this movie is French, but they're talking in perfect English. It was just odd to me. I'm like, at least have someone speak French anywhere in this film. I'm not a genius, but I'm pretty sure Napoleon didn't speak in English his entire life. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that was a little odd to me. So, whatever. Number 44. A lot of people fucking hated this film. That's Insidious: The Red Door. Well, I really enjoyed it. I'm a pretty casual fan of the Insidious franchise, and this is one of my favorites of that franchise. This might be my second favorite Insidious film besides the first one. I really enjoyed Red Door. Um, I get most of the criticisms towards this film, but I'm not fully enamored with a lot of those Insidious sequels, like 3 or 4. I don't really care for all that much. Um, so it's not that high of a bar to make one my favorite Insidious sequel. You just have to beat 2. Um, and so the fact that Patrick Wilson was directing this made me interested. The fact that it's a new Insidious film had me a little interested, and Patrick Wilson coming back to him. I love Patrick Wilson, like I already said. So getting to see him direct was awesome. I think he does a good job as a director. I get the criticisms about the story of how it doesn't really work because we already know things, but the characters don't know them, and so we're just kind of existing, watching stuff, right? I get that. I fully get that. But I just had a good time with this one. I really just had a good time with this film. Like it, I just don't know how to explain it other than that. Like, yes, is it just more Insidious shit? Yes, but it's executed well in my mind, and I enjoyed it. I had a good time watching it, and yeah. And me, Ryan, and Anthony had a really good, live stream with Anthony and Ryan. We talked about them all. Really fun live stream. Probably my favorite live stream that I've ever done because breathing apparatus guy. Love that dude. Number 43, Knock at the Cabin, the newest M. Night Shyamalan film. And this is better than some of his films. It's here. I liked it. But it wasn't as good as a top tier M. Night movie should be. M. Night Shyamalan is very interesting. He has amazing films, and then he has dog shit films, like no in between. Besides this one, I guess. I hated Old. Absolutely hated Old from a few years ago. That was my least favorite film that year. And then his previous film before that, Glass, is one of my favorite films of all time. So, like, polar opposites with this dude. He's coming out with this movie, Knock at the Cabin. I was very intrigued by it. I thought the trailers made it look interesting. And I thought the cast looked pretty cool with Dave Bautista in there. And the film was good. It's an M. Night Shyamalan movie that doesn't really have a twist ending there when it feels like it needed it, and it feels very cyclical in the middle. But it was enjoyable. In my mind, there is a better version of this movie out there, but what we got was fine, and I enjoyed it. Dave Bautista, great performance, probably the best that he has ever given. So yeah. Number 42, Thanksgiving. Yes, the new Eli Roth film based off the trailer from Grindhouse. Yeah, so I don't think the characters in this film are very good. They're not written well. But as a whodunit Thanksgiving slasher film, I enjoyed it. I particularly enjoyed the opening scene with the rush of people during Black Friday sales. As someone who works in retail, that was a very, very nice thing to see in a movie like this. People just getting fucked up on Black Friday, dying, getting hit in the head with shopping carts, stuff like that. It was so funny to see, and I loved that opening scene. Otherwise, it's a fairly straightforward whodunit. Not a really interesting killer reveal, but I mean, it leaves it in a place where you could do a sequel here, and I'd be fine with doing a sequel to Thanksgiving. I'm sorry, Thanksgiving. Or so the super low voice. Oh, number 41. Dungeons and Dragons: Honor Among Thieves. I believe that's the whole title. It's that movie. As someone who's never played Dungeons and Dragons, that knows nothing about Dungeons and Dragons, as this fantasy adventure film, it was very fun. Like this fantasy heist movie was very fun. I really like the cast here. Just a really interesting world here. It was just a very fun movie, right? I didn't have a whole lot of expectations going into it. I walked out, I'm like, you know what, that was actually pretty good. I enjoyed that one. I mean that's honestly about it. It's just a good enough fun fantasy adventure, you know. It's like, I don't know. That's just kind of how I thought about it. There's some pretty cool action sequences in here. Like I said, with Napoleon, I really like more like the medieval fighting styles. You know, when you're using swords and more hand-to-hand combat stuff like that. And this movie has a lot more of that because it's kind of got like that medieval fantasy flavor in there. So I really enjoyed that. You get like a bunch of different like powers and stuff for your different characters, which was pretty cool. Seeing like this band of misfits together was pretty good. There was quite a bit of comedy in here. So pretty fun. Comments. Ryan, he's really going. He's really going at Jake. Congrats to you for sticking around this long, man. Indiana Jones was just okay for me. Honestly, I'll stick to the first three. Yeah, probably the same for me. Honestly. Equalizer 3 wasn't bad. I didn't care for the second, so I thought this one was better. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I remember that. I think they're all kind of the same. Insidious, I really liked. Everyone seemed to hate it. Bring that first guy for the win. Yeah, a lot of people seem to hate it. I rewatched Knock and just couldn't get into it. His daughter has her film debut with The Watchers in June. Oh, M. Night Shyamalan's daughter, I'm assuming. Hey man, as long as she doesn't make a movie like Old, I'm all down for it. Thanksgiving was great. No 4K though. Only foreign markets are getting it. Yeah, I believe we're getting a Blu-ray for Thanksgiving here in the U.S. of A in a few weeks. So I'll probably end up picking that one up. I mean, if I want to watch a horror film during Thanksgiving, I could watch Thanksgiving, or I could watch Thanksgiving, and Thanksgiving sucks. So I'll stick to Thanksgiving. Number 40, Scream 6. What was I gonna say about it? Wow, I'm dumb. I really enjoyed Scream 5, so getting a follow up to that, I was really excited for, and I really like this one too. Not as much as Scream 5, but I still enjoyed this one quite a bit. I really like the New York setting. I loved poking fun at Jason Takes Manhattan. That movie sucks. So any jabs you can take at that movie, please go ahead. And this movie does it in that classic Scream fashion. So that was awesome. This was probably the most brutal Scream movie in terms of gore. I think it worked honestly without Sidney Prescott in there. But I didn't really care for the whole Ghostface reveal thing with like this Ghostface museum collection thing was kind of weird. The return of Kirby wasn't this awesome thing for me. I'm not someone who's in love with her character from Scream 4, so it's kind of okay being in there. So it's another solid Scream movie that apparently we're never getting a follow up to because goddamn Scream 7's production is cursed. So I don't know if we'll ever see these characters again. I hope we do, but probably not. Number 39, the first film I saw as far as new releases this year, and that's Megan. Pleasantly surprised. For a January horror film, this one's actually pretty good. I mean, January horror films have a very bad reputation. I mean, hey man, just look at The Night Swim, which came out came out yesterday. Technically came out today, but I watched it last night. That's everything a January horror film. Stigma is Night Swim. So Megan, kind of this Chucky light movie essentially, and it's just a fun killer doll movie that kind of went viral because of the dance that Megan does in the trailer, and it was good. I enjoyed it for what it was. I I'm not huge into Child's Play as is, so I mean I wasn't like someone that loves Child's Play. It's like, oh, there can only be one killer doll. Who cares? Who cares? So yeah, I enjoyed Megan. It's a fun introductory horror film, I would say. So yeah. Number 38. Here's another one that a lot of people didn't like. And this is actually a film I didn't see on its opening weekend and heard how bad it was. And I went to saw it and I was like, that's a lot better than people made it out to be, and I really enjoyed it. That is The Last Voyage of the Demeter. Look, 2023 really, with its new releases of Last Voyage in the Demeter and Renfield, those were two weird fingers to pick, but they just made me get into this vampire mood where I want to watch vampire movies and to an extent werewolf movies that kind of go hand in hand. You haven't seen Renfield yet, but that's pretty high up there too. But I was out of town at my cousin's wedding the weekend this movie came out, and so I didn't get to see it until like Monday after it got released. So like 4 days of people crapping on this film and saying it was generic, it was bad. And I was like, whoa, I guess it's not very good. And then I saw it and I had a really good time with it. I mean, it's number 30, at 152, so clearly I enjoyed it. I haven't bought it because I actually want to rewatch it, and I just enjoyed it. Seeing this chapter out of the Dracula story expanded, I thought it was pretty cool. I liked I'm kind of torn on that design of Dracula being like this man bat creature thing instead of just being a vampire or being a bat, I guess. I was a little bit torn on that, I believe. But there was some good gore in here. Some nice tension in here. It's got a little bit of a cliffhanger there, but I mean, you kind of know where the story's going. I mean, and also that's kind of the handicap of it too. Like, you know where the story ends. You know the Dracula story, so you know how this is going to end. The movie begins with how it ends, anyways, too. So you know where you're ending up. But I mean, I don't know if it's just that I had so low expectations going into this from how many people telling me it was terrible that I was like, I enjoyed that. Number 37, one of the highest grossing domestic films of the year, above Mission Impossible. That is Sound of Freedom. The movie about child trafficking. Wow. Grossed more money than Mission Impossible domestically. That's crazy. Weird how stuff plays out sometimes. But yeah, Sound of Freedom. Look, this is not a movie that is rewatchable at all. It is a very tough movie to watch, very tough subject matter to stomach and watch. And this film just like shows you it, and like just to make you essentially feel sad, I guess, in a way, but like also bring your attention to the stuff that's actually happening. So I get why they did it, and I get why they're showing this stuff. It's just not very easy to watch. So I mean, if you're interested in it, check it out, because I would say it's a good watch. Just know that it's a very tough subject matter and that you are going to probably be very sad after watching this film. I'm pretty sure at walking out of the theater, there was like 5 people crying in my theater out of like the 10 people in my theater. Well, a lot of people were crying in this movie. It's just very sad, very depressing movie. Number 36. No Hard Feelings. That's the name of this film. No Hard Feelings. The raunchy comedy with Jennifer Lawrence, where Jennifer Lawrence is like hired by Matthew Broderick, the dad of that kid there, to essentially date their kid. He's not a kid. He's like a 18-year-old or something like that. But Jennifer Lawrence is like twice his age, whatever, and like break him out of his shell essentially. And is pretty funny. I thought it was pretty funny. Jennifer Lawrence was really funny in here. There's a very memorable scene about her on a beach. It's pretty funny. Most memorable scene in the movie. But I thought it was pretty funny. Yeah, that's it. This is this the funniest movie I saw this year? No, that one's probably funnier. That's probably funnier. Oh, that's the funniest movie I've seen all year. Okay, never mind. It's one of the funniest movies I've seen all year, and I remembered it, so it's this time. Number 35. For a while, this was my favorite film of the year, and that's Missing. And by a while, I mean for like a few weeks. Missing. This is the spiritual sequel to Searching, which I never saw. And this movie made me retroactively go watch Searching. And I think they're both very good films. But it's essentially this type of movie where it's told through like the perspective of a laptop screen of this person doing an investigation. You know, you have that in Searching. You have some horror movies with that, like Unfriended movies, I believe, do that. There's like 3 or 4 of those, I think. So it's kind of like found footage-esque, and I'm not huge on found footage. I'm intrigued by this laptop footage type thing, but I'm not fully in love with it either. So it's just kind of existing out there for me. And I thought it was good. There were quite a few twists in here I didn't see coming. I really like the way it played into technology. I love mystery movies, so anytime you have a good mystery movie and you can surprise me, good job to you. So, Missing, really good. If you like Searching, check it out. If you like Missing and haven't seen Searching, check that out. If you haven't seen either of them, check them both out. Both very good films. Number 34, another disappointing one for me while being number 34. Evil Dead Rise. This is the fifth Evil Dead movie. And what makes this one stand out against the rest is that it is set in a high-rise building. So no more cabin in the woods type deal, right? It's Evil Dead stuff. I wanted it to be as good as the remake, which is like top 3 favorite horror films of all time to me. I adore that film. I wanted this film to be so much better. I really enjoyed it. I've actually rewatched this one. I forgot to mention that in my list. I've rewatched this one since I bought it on Blu-ray. So as far as Evil Dead goes, it's another good Evil Dead film. Evil Dead and Scream are like the 2 most consistent horror franchises. Neither of them really have a bad one yet. So if you like Evil Dead, you'll like this film. So yeah. Number 33, Sisu. This is essentially the Finnish version of John Wick, where this guy finds some gold at the end of World War II, and then comes across these Nazis, and the Nazis want his gold. And so he kills them in the most violent ways possible. That's pretty entertaining. So it's a good, gory, over-the-top action movie, and that's exactly what it is. It knows it's that, and doesn't try to, and it's not trying to be anything. It's not trying to be a highbrow film, right? It's just trying to entertain you, and it succeeds at what it's doing. It is a fun film. It's over the top. It's violent. It's gory. It's ridiculous, but that's what it needed to be, and that's what it wanted to be, and so it is that, and so I had fun with it. Number 32 is this. Hold on. This might be my favorite streaming movie of the year. Number 32. Let me check and make sure. It is my favorite streaming service movie of the year. Totally killer. Like I said with this It's a Wonderful Knife, this is essentially part of that trend, but instead of it being It's a Wonderful Life being a slasher, this is What If Back to the Future was a slasher, which is pretty interesting when you take someone from now, like a modern teenager, and put them in the 80s. That's a pretty interesting concept, um, where you have a politically correct person going back to the 80s and just seeing how wild and wacky the 80s were and how much stuff was just allowed in the 80s and existing in the 80s then, right? That's pretty cool. And then you add the slasher twist to it was interesting too. So I'm all down for these like genre slasher things, right? You take a classic film and make it a slasher. I'm all down for them. Um, and so I really enjoyed this one. I didn't think the killer reveal was very good. I think the killer mask in this is stupid. Like, just look at that thing. Oh, I hate that. I hate the mask in this. But overall, it was a good time, fun little slasher, nice addition to this genre. Number 31, Anyone But You. Um, this is the um, rom-com with Glenn Powell and Sydney Sweeney where they hate each other but they have to make everyone believe that they love each other and are together. So they fake it, and then eventually they make it. It's predictable, honestly. But it's funny. There's a lot of funny stuff in here. I laughed quite a bit at this film. Um, I think Glenn Powell's a pretty cool actor. I think Sydney Sweeney and the little bit of stuff I've seen her in is pretty cool. Those two guys right there. So I mean, I like both of them. So seeing them do this funny movie together was pretty good. Um, I Yeah, I just thought this movie was really funny, and it worked for me. It worked for me. Number 30. The Hunger Games, The Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes. Long ass, stupid ass title, but whatever. The Hunger Games prequel film telling us about Coriolanus Snow and how he like kind of rose to power in a way. In a way. Yeah, whatever. I really liked the first 2/3 of this film, and it really worked for me. It kind of petered out towards the last third, and I didn't really think the last third fit the other 2/3. It kind of felt like its own little thing. And it wasn't necessarily what I was looking for in seeing Snow rise to power. He just at the end of the film, he just kind of is like, he's going to rise to power now. And I'm like, I kind of wanted to see that though. But it's good. I don't think there's a bad Hunger Games film. I like them all. And this one is just another good Hunger Games film. So, yeah, I also really like Rachel Zegler. Is that how you say her name in this film? I don't know her name. I'm pretty sure that's her name. She was also in Shazam. I like her as an actress. She's pretty cool. Number 29. I'm surprised this one made it this high. But Wonka. Um, it is a very complicated film for me. I enjoy it, but I still don't think it's necessary, I guess. I don't think you need a prequel for Willy Wonka. And so getting this, I didn't really know how to feel about it, and I still don't know how to feel about it, I guess. Is fine. But I don't know. I'm glad it's like a Gene Wilder Willy Wonka though, but Timothy Chalamet, he's a good actor. I've never been fully enamored with him. I've never been on this hype train, but I think he's good. But he's just not Gene Wilder, and if it's not Gene Wilder, then I don't really know if I want it. But it taps into that Wonka flavor that I want, which is the Gene Wilder version, not the Johnny Depp version. And so I enjoyed it, but I still don't think it's very necessary. And yeah, I still just don't really like musicals. So it was fine. I liked it for what it was. And it's one of the better movie experiences I've had this year. A movie that is very similar to Wonka is up next, and that's Saw X. No, wow. Who would have thought that Saw X would be one of the best, if not the best in the franchise? Usually speaking, your 10th film in a franchise is usually dog shit. So Saw X actually making a damn good movie. It's pretty cool. But do a stretch. Let me do a drink too. We're almost there. We're almost there. And my butt hurts. Anyways, so what are we talking about? Saw X, yeah. But this movie makes the smart decision at making Jigsaw your main character, and so you focus in on him instead of him kind of being the side character in his own franchise, or he's dead for most of the franchise. He's just here for flashbacks, but he it makes it in a way where he's kind of this anti-hero and he's going after people that are worse than him that screw over people for ungodly amounts of money essentially, and you're rooting for him because you want to see him get revenge on the worst people, and that's that's more interesting than the rest of the Saw movies mostly, and you get to spend time with John Kramer, and he's actually a character in the film and not just this dude that shows up and who lays on the floor for the entire film that stands up at the end, right? So that was good. I thought the twist was it was decent. It was decent. It wasn't a great twist. Definitely leaves itself open for a sequel, which we're getting now, but I didn't know that at the time. So this might be better knowing what happens next in a sequel. And I thought the traps were pretty good. I call bullshit on that brain surgery trap. No way anyone could do that. Fuck no, no one's doing that. That's a little bit hardcore. That's just hardcore. Not a little bit. That just is hardcore. So yeah, Saw X, pretty good, pretty good. Number 27, Anatomy of a Fall. This is what is it? Is it a French film? This might be a French film. It's definitely not an American film. I don't think so. Where essentially this woman and her husband and her son live in this house. Her son is blind, and the father dies by falling out a window. And the woman is the prime suspect for it, and the son is the only witness, but he is blind, so he didn't know what happened. And so the whole time, it's like this whole trial that's going on. It's a very talky movie, but it's very interesting. It's very captivating. So, it was probably a little bit too long. There's the film doesn't give you a definitive answer of what actually happened. It just kind of lets you decide, which I get that, not wanting to give you a definitive answer, but I feel like the film could have merited giving you a definitive answer after like the whole trial thing ends. You find out like what actually happened and it shows you or something like that. But seeing the investigation and seeing the trial and stuff was pretty interesting for me, which is pretty much what this entire film is. So yeah. Number 26, Dream Scenario. This is a Nicolas Cage comedy. I don't know if it's comedy. It's kind of a comedy. We'll call it a comedy. Where essentially he just starts showing up in people's dreams. And it's like this phenomenon where he shows up in millions of people's dreams, and people like who've never met the guy, right? And so it's pretty funny. There's a lot of funny stuff that comes from that. It allows Nicolas Cage to do weird Nicolas Cage stuff. I mean, just like look at him. That's pretty funny. Weird haircut for that guy. But he just gives a really weird performance. And then it kind of has this cool take on like influencer status or whatever, like being famous or like fame and stuff like that, like what it does to people and like the good and bad side to that, because eventually the dreams start turning into nightmares. Then people don't want to talk to him and they're scared of him and stuff like that. So I thought that was pretty interesting. Um, and yeah, I just had a really good time with this one. It doesn't it the first 2/3, I would say, or like the first half of it is really, really good. And then peters out in the second half, and the second half isn't as strong, but overall I really enjoyed this one. Number 25. I'm surprised this one made it this high. Fast X. I'm not really a fan of the Fast and the Furious franchise, but I really enjoyed this one. Again, your 10th film, your two X's, Saw X and Fast X. Um, and they're both like one of the best in the franchise in my mind. Fast X, it dials in the goofiness. It's still there's still dumb shit in this film, but it's not as stupid as Car in Space, like F9. Jason Momoa is a great villain in here. He's just having a blast. There's all the over the top action sequences in here. Really, the problems with this is that it quite literally feels like half a story because it is half a story. We know we're getting Fast X Part 2, and I don't know, just call it Fast 11 at that point. We don't need Part 1 and Part 2. So just call it Fast 11. And these people are indestructible at this point. Dom Toretto might as well just be Superman at this point. Like, who can lift a car with one hand? Maybe Superman could. He might be able to do that. I don't know. I haven't personally met the guy. I haven't asked him. But I can guarantee you Vin Diesel just can't do that by himself. No matter how ripped he is, he can't do that. So I call BS on that. There's still ridiculous stuff that you can't believe in here, but it dials it in. Definitely dials it in. It's fun. It's dumb, but it's fun. Number 24. The Creator. This sci-fi action film. And it was pretty good. It was pretty good. I mean, why am I saying that now? We're at number 24. Like I said, it was a pretty mediocre year for film, so we're still in like the 3.5 out of 5 range right now. So these are still just pretty good films. We're almost out of there to the 4 stars, and then we're at that top tier, baby. What a really enjoyable film. There's a lot of stuff that's very reminiscent of other stuff in this film, but I liked it. There's a few twists and turns in here. There's some interesting stuff in here, interesting sequences and stuff, but yeah, it was good. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed this sci-fi action adventure film. Number 23. Woohoo, the highest grossing film of the year. That is Barbie. Yes, the first half of Barbenheimer here, right? One of the movies I'm wearing this shirt for. The cinematic event of the year for damn sure. I'm surprised that I liked this movie. I thought the trailers made this look stupid. And this, I shit you not, is the movie I have quoted the most from this entire year. What happened was I saw this film, and then my family saw this film like a week later, and then we all went on vacation. And we're all just quoting Barbie the entire week. It's like this cultural phenomenon movie is Barbie. And so it's really fun. I had a lot of fun. As a movie, I think it's hilarious. I think Ryan Gosling as Ken is like the funniest thing to exist this entire year. It is meta, it is over the top, it is wild and wacky. But I enjoyed it. I really enjoyed it. There's some stuff that doesn't work for me. I don't think it necessarily needed to have like I don't know, like I don't know if I would say like preachiness to it, but like to a certain extent, like preachy in a way of the fuck. What am I trying to say? Where like they sit the Barbies down and break them out of like the trance of like telling them women empowerment stuff. Like, what? Please no. Like I get like we're having like all these poking fun at stuff, but it went a little bit too far sometimes. Like I get like there's a fine line between poking fun at stuff and then going too far sometimes. And I felt like Barbie went a little bit too far sometimes um with it, but overall it was a fun film. It was a fun film. Number 22, Renfield. Renfield. This is one of the most fun movies I would say I saw all year. Um Essentially when you see Nicolas Cage playing Dracula, that's all you need, and I'm going to be there day one. It was a very, very fun film. He was perfect as Dracula, being like that Bela Lugosi type Dracula from Universal Monsters. So that was really cool to see. Nicholas Hoult as Renfield, essentially like this slave to Dracula trying to break free, and like this commentary on toxic relationships and stuff was fun. It was just a really fun horror comedy. One of the few times where CGI blood works because it just goes so over the top and fits the movie it's in. So I really enjoyed Renfield. If you like vampire films, I would definitely recommend this film. Number 21, another one a lot of people didn't like, but I did. A Haunting in Venice. Now, I really like Murder on the Orient Express. I don't care for Death on the Nile. So I was curious about this one. Basically for my enjoyment of Murder on the Orient Express having these really cool murder mystery films. Um, and so I really enjoy this one. This one kind of having a horror flavor to it too. Um, so I'm all down for continuing this Kenneth Branagh like murder mystery franchise that he's got going on right now. With Hercule Poirot, I guess is the dude's name. Um, I'm all down for it. They all have really good twists to them, except for Death on the Nile. That was dumb. I just don't like that movie. But I really like Haunting in Venice. So yeah. I just thought of this. I put Haunting in Venice. I put it under H here, right behind me. I should have put it with M for Murder on the Orient Express. That's where my Death on the Nile Blu-ray is too. Let me pull that out and put it over there. So I remember to do that after the stream. Oh, top 20, and I'll read some comments. No Hard Feelings was great. I love J Law. Nice. We all love J Law. I rewatched Missing the other night. My son loved it. I think I gave it 3.5. Yeah, I think I gave it 3.5 as well. Evil Dead Rise was awesome. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was one of your favorite movies of the year, I believe. If I remember from your Letterboxd. I just got the Creator in the mail yesterday. That 4K is tough to find in a store. I actually haven't picked up the Creator yet. I don't know why. I just didn't pick it up. I don't think it was available when I did my shopping spree near Black Friday. I could be wrong. I don't know. I just didn't get that one though. All right. Oh man, here's another potentially hot take. I don't know why I say that and then I click on it and then whatever. Past lives. So this is interesting. I didn't watch this film initially, and then I kept hearing about, oh my god, Past Lives. That's like the best film of the year. Past Lives, best film of the year. Letterboxd's Angel film this year, right? The one that everyone loves. The new Top Gun Maverick. Everyone loves this fucking movie. Oh, and I was like, okay. I saw it at Best Buy on Blu-ray for like $10. I was like, sure, I'll check this thing out. So I watched it and it was very good. Do I necessarily think it's the best movie ever made? No, absolutely not. I think I gave it like 4 out of 5. This is the first 4 out of 5 movie on this list, by the way, for me. And so it was really good, but it was overrated for me. Essentially, you just have these two people that used to be friends, and then they disconnected, and now they like reconnected, and they're like wonder like, oh, what if, and then just like being happy with what you actually have or whatever. It, it's a nice story. I don't see myself rewatching it all that much. There's a lot of these films below it that I'd probably rewatch, like Haunting in Venice, Renfield, Barbie, Fast X, Dream Scenario, Saw. I'd probably watch all of those below it, below Past Lives there. Even though they're lower on my list, but I think this is a better made movie, and I think it is a better film. I just don't see myself rewatching it all that much. Number 19 is going to be Air, the movie about how the Air Jordans got created. And little known fact about me, I don't watch sports. Well, I don't know if that's a little known fact, but it's a fact. It's a fact about me. I just don't watch sports. Not all that interested in sports. So a sports movie. This is a weird ass yawn. So I don't watch a whole lot of sports movies, but this one was very good. Not necessarily because it was a sports movie, but because it was more of a. It was like one of the 4 movies that came out this year about how a product was made. Like you had that Flamin' Hot movie, which I didn't watch. You had Blackberry, which I didn't watch. But I watched this one and I really enjoyed it. I'm pretty sure Ben Affleck directed this. My dog's going crazy downstairs. Oh well, he can keep barking. Be down there and like never. So I really liked it. I'm pretty sure Ben Affleck directed this. He's a pretty good director. Definitely better acting in this one than the freaking Hypnotic movie we talked about like 3 hours ago. But yeah, it was pretty good. You also have Matt Damon in there. I love Matt Damon. Got Jason Bateman in there too. Viola Davis. So really good. Really good. Number 18, The Boys in the Boat. This is a movie about like team rowing, like competitive team rowing, whatever you want to call it. And apparently, this team in like the 1930s or so went to the Olympics, I believe. It's a true story, and they like won the gold or whatever. And it was such a captivating film. It was such a good movie. It was directed by George Clooney, has Joel Edgerton in it, and it was so good. The way they directed the racing sequences was so intense and just made you on the edge of your seat while watching this race unfold in the movie. I was in a theater with it was kind of a packed theater. People legitimately were just clapping at the end of the races during this film. Like I was like, ooh, ooh, in my seat. Like I was getting so into it because they just directed it so well. Um, like that's incredible that they were able to pull that off. So that was really, really awesome to see. This is awesome, true story. So yeah, I really enjoyed this one. I really, really dug this one. Number 17. Hey, why didn't this show up on my top 10 best of the year list? What? Oppenheimer. Number 17 is our boy Oppie there, the second half of Barbenheimer there, the better half of Barbenheimer. But I mean, hey, they're a lot closer together than I thought they would be. Number 17 and number 23. Woo! It's kind of cool. Oppenheimer. I was slightly disappointed by this film. I will say that. I wanted this film to be like in my top 3 of the year. That's what I thought it was going to be when I saw the trailers do it. I'm like, this is going to be awesome. It's very good. It's a very good film. Don't get me wrong. But I was just a little bit disappointed by it. A 3-hour biopic isn't for everyone. It's not a very rewatchable film, although it is a very good film. I will say that. The performances here are all incredible. It has there is a lot to do with what are that like existential crisis or whatever about regret about making this atomic bomb and how that affected people. I thought that was pretty cool. I wasn't totally invested in the whole court side of the movie necessarily. I also didn't think that Nolan's style of telling films out of order worked for this film. When you're telling a biopic, I think you should just tell it in order because otherwise it's a little confusing to follow how it goes, but it's a fantastic film. I mean, that Trinity test scene is awe-inspiring. When that happened in my theater, totally packed theater opening night, the bomb goes off. It's dead silent in the film. No one, you could hear a mouse fart in that theater. So, one of the most awe-inducing scenes I've seen in a movie all year with the Trinity test scene. So, really good movie. Just not as good as I hoped it would be, unfortunately. Number 16, Cobweb. Cobweb. The this year's Barbarian. Wow. Such a hidden gem. This might be the biggest hidden gem of the year. That's it. That's one of them. Certainly up there. Such a hidden gem. This was released the same weekend as Barbenheimer, so it definitely got overshadowed. But just a really wild horror film that takes you on a ride with so many twists and turns you don't see coming, and you think it's one movie, and then it switches to this other movie, and both of them are awesome. Amazing performances by Anthony Starr as the dad here, and Lizzie Kaplan as the mom here. Love both of them. They do great. There is amazing gore here. There's a lot of dark stuff in here. It's intense. It's just a really good hidden gem horror film that came out this year. Ooh, and now we get to my top 15, which I pretty much already told you in my best of the year list. So maybe we can speed through these. Number 15, Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. Wow, this is what the MCU should be, is Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. This just felt like a classic MCU film that like we haven't had in years, right? So getting this was awesome. It was such a nice send-off for these characters, and probably the darkest MCU movie. The stuff with Rocket is incredible. The character work they do with him. So yeah, just all around, this clearly is the best MCU movie this year. Probably the best one since Endgame. So it's incredible. This film was awesome. Number 14, another hot take. The Flash. The Flash. Look, I'm someone that has a lot of nostalgia for Michael Keaton's Batman. Batman 89 was probably one of the first comic book movies I ever watched. Back when Family Video existed, I remember renting Batman 89 and watching it. And it was like, hey, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. So I've always really liked Batman 89. So getting Michael Keaton back as Batman was awesome. And this is kind of like how you should do a multiverse movie, where it's not just a cameo. It like makes sense in the story why someone is there, and it definitely makes sense why Michael Keaton's Batman is there. It makes sense why Supergirl's there, just because stuff changes, right? It's not just, oh look, they're here. That's so cool. Like, no, it makes sense in the story. You also have this really emotionally cool story for Barry Allen and the Flash. Like, it is a Flash-centric movie that just happens to have multiverse and happens to have other stuff, which is how it should go, right? Um, so that was really cool. CGI is trash in this film. The baby in the microwave thing, what? But it was good. It was really good. Just it's been sitting on the shelf for like 5 years because Ezra Miller can't keep doing because he can't keep himself from doing weird shit like breaking into houses. But yeah. Number 13, Bottoms. This is the funniest movie I've seen all year. Is Bottoms. This is from, I'm pretty sure, the same people that made Bodies, Bodies, Bodies last year, and I really enjoyed that one. Tapping into that Gen Z humor in a way, and so obviously it works for me. But yeah, boy, I'm very restless sitting in this chair. Sitting in this chair for a long ass time. But yes, I thought it was very funny. Pretty much these two girls started a fight club in their school to bang the cheerleaders. That's pretty cool. So I just thought it was hilarious. It's so ridiculous and so over the top, where like the football players just like beat people up, and it's just fine because of the football players. There's just so much meta stuff in here. It was hilarious to me, and I really want them to put it on Blu-ray so I can watch it again. Number 12, Across the Spider-Verse. I'm not someone that was overly enamored with the first Spider-Verse movie. I thought it was really good, but I kind of thought it was a little overrated. But hey, if you love that movie, more power to you. I think it's really good. Animation style is awesome to it. The animation's awesome to it. I like the story of this one more. I liked the Spot as a villain more than Kingpin. Just pretty much on almost every single level, I like this one better than the original. It does have that problem of being a part one of a part two. It just kind of ends, You're like, okay, well now I just got to wait till March next year and then I see it, and then you're like, oh wait, never mind. They have now just indefinitely delayed this next film. So who knows if slash when we're ever going to see the follow up to this. Whatever. Number 11, A Good Person. This is a drama with Florence Pugh and Morgan Freeman, and it was very good. I didn't hear a whole lot of people talk about this one, so this one might be the hidden gem of the year. But it was just a very nice story. I really, really like both of those people. Morgan Freeman and Florence Pugh, I enjoy both of them a lot. Essentially, there's like this car crash, and it like affects both of them through like a person they knew, and it's like, how are they going to get through it together, essentially, and like grieving and stuff. So it's very good. Kind of sad, but hey, I liked it. Now we're to the top 10. Yay! Yay! Top 10. Top 10. Top 10. Yes! Okay. Number 10. Gran Turismo. The racing movie from Neil Blomkamp, semi-based on the video game Gran Turismo. Essentially, it's telling the true story of this guy who was really good at playing Gran Turismo, and then he was so good he got a chance to actually try to be a real racer, and now he became like a real racer. So it's a really cool underdog story. There's a lot of familiarity to this type of story, though. Really liked David Harbour here. Really liked our main person. Really liked Orlando Bloom, and like the one thing he does every decade, which was this movie this decade. So see him in 2020, 2030 something now. Um, but I really enjoyed it. I really enjoyed the way that I've never played Gran Turismo, but that it like paid respect to video games in it. It's just a really intense racing movie, I would say, where you're like edge of your seat on these races and stuff. So just a really, really entertaining blockbuster, and a really good blockbuster in a year where a lot of blockbusters just flopped and weren't very good. Number 9, here's the hot take of the year. Here's the hot take of the year. The Five Nights at Freddy's movie at number 9. Look, I get all the criticisms towards this film. I just 100% get them, and I can acknowledge them. But as someone who's like a hardcore fan for the Five Nights at Freddy's games, who loves all the games, loves the lore and the theories and all that stuff, I just love all that stuff. And it's something that I've just been a fan of for a very long time. Finally getting to see this movie exist, and it being a film for the fans with all these references and Easter eggs and everything is just incredible. And it's the movie that made me the happiest in the year 2023. I saw this movie 3 times in theaters, which made it the film I saw the most in 2023, just in general. I didn't even watch any other film more than twice. So it's the film I watched the most last year. It's just the film on this entire list that made me the happiest, that I wanted to see. I'm pretty sure all 3 of those viewings were in opening weekend. Just such a lively crowd, just such a love letter to the fans was this film. And so getting to see this film after waiting literally 8 years was awesome. The animatronics designs were incredible. There's all these cool Easter eggs and everything for the fans were awesome. It's just I know I keep saying that, but just like as a fan, this is everything I wanted this movie to be. And so it totally worked for me, and it 100% needed to be in my top 10 of the year. So I loved it. Number 8 is going to be Dumb Money. This is the movie about when the internet decided to just break the stock market essentially, and just dump money into GameStop, and it destroyed the stock market. So it was just such an interesting movie, like about true events that I vaguely remember actually happening. So getting to see the full thing of these events happening was pretty interesting. And it's always interesting to get these true event movies now, for like events that I actually remember occurring. So that's always cool. It was really funny, really stacked cast in here. Like you have Sebastian Stan, Seth Rogen, Vincent D'Onofrio, Paul Dano in here. Like you just have so many awesome people in this movie, and they all do great. And yeah, they're just a really, really good, funny movie. Number 7 is Godzilla -1. Who saw a new Godzilla movie coming that was going to be incredible? I thought it was awesome. This is a Japanese Godzilla film, so that was really cool. Getting to see the Japanese take on Godzilla, a modern Japanese take on Godzilla was pretty cool. Godzilla is menacing and terrifying in this film, so I love that. The character work in this film is awesome. This is more of like a character drama with Godzilla as a side character in it. The thing that stands out to me about this film is the way that it chooses to defeat Godzilla. I thought was really cool about how we're going to strap these things to him and then sink him to the bottom and just like crush him with the water. And then if that doesn't work, we're going to bring him back up so that way he like expands really fast or something like that. So like the pressure will kill him instead of just, hey, let's just blow him up. I thought that was really cool. So, yeah, I thought this movie was awesome, and I really hope we get a physical media release for this soon. So I want to rewatch it. Number 6. I guess technically this is the best streaming service movie I saw, even though I saw it in theaters, but whatever. David Fincher's The Killer. I mean, it's a David Fincher film, so you can expect it to be great. I'm pretty sure this is on Netflix, but I saw it in theaters. Essentially, you have Michael Fassbender as a hitman, and then the hit goes bad, and now he's trying to go against the organization or whatever. Kind of a plot we've seen before, but it's just executed in such an awesome way, I thought. You have some other cool people in there, like Tilda Swinton's in a part of it too. But I thought it was a very clever film. It was just a film that I was fully invested in. I really, really enjoyed it. So I'm down to watch it again eventually. Speaking of films that I'm down to watch eventually, goddamn, this movie's so long. Killers of the Flower Moon, number 5. Oh, this movie is so long. That's honestly like my only negative with it, that the movie is just so long. I don't know in what context you would ever rewatch this film just because it's so long. But it's a very, very good film. It's Martin Scorsese, great acting, great everything, telling this tragic, true story that just makes you sick, knowing that this actually happened. Just the treatment of the Osage people after watching this, or Osage, one of the two. But incredible film. Martin Scorsese is Martin Scorsese. This is cinema, right? Number 4, what was my favorite movie for the longest time this year? That is John Wick Chapter 4. I adore the John Wick franchise. It's in my top 3, maybe 5, maybe 3 franchises of all time. I adore that franchise. So naturally, I'm very excited for a new John Wick movie. And I loved it just as good as all the other ones in my mind. They keep topping themselves with these awesome action sequences, and this one is no exception. Really, the only thing I don't really like about this one is like how everyone just has these bulletproof suits. You know how the suits are as thin as a normal suit, but they're bulletproof, and you can just unload an entire clip into someone. They just keep walking like nothing's touching them. So that's a little bit irritating, but I mean it's a small criticism in how awesome this film is. And I thought it ended John Wick's story perfectly. And I think they should keep doing the spin-offs like Ballerina. And I don't think we really need John Wick 5. I don't really know how I feel about that, but hey, I could eat my words very easily if it's just as good as all these other ones. Number 3, the one that snuck in here right at the end, and that is The Iron Claw. The movie about the Von Erichs, the wrestling family that are prevalent in like the late 70s, early 80s. This is like an emotionally devastating movie. Very tough movie to watch, but insanely good. Zac Efron might be my favorite performance of the year in this movie. He's damn awesome in here. He deserves at least a nomination for Best Actor, but yeah, he's incredible here. Otherwise, everyone else is awesome too. Insanely interesting story. It's a movie that just makes you sad because it's a tragic story, but it's really good. So yeah, snuck in here at the end. Just released like a week or so ago, so definitely go check it out. It definitely worth it. Coming in number 2, Tom Cruise delivers one of the greatest movies to ever exist. Again, last year's Top Gun. This year it is Mission Impossible: Dead Reckoning. I guess part 1. Maybe it's not part 1 anymore. I don't know. My steelbook says part 1, and then like a week after that, they're like, "Oh, it might not be part 1 anymore." I'm like, dude, what the hell? I'm just gonna have Mission Impossible: Dead Reckoning part 1, and then Mission Impossible 8, not part 2. So whatever. Incredible film. Tom Cruise doing ridiculous stunts. Mission Impossible movies, as expected, are amazing. It's intense. I love the AI threat, and the weirdest theater experience I had all year where 2 guys tried fighting each other in the middle of the movie. But number 1, the best movie seen all year and ending this long ass extravaganza, The Holdovers, my favorite film of the year. This movie, when I initially saw it, I was like, that is really good. That's gonna be in my top 10. And then just after I sat around and thought about it, it slowly just kept creeping its way up until it eventually became my number 1. It's essentially, you have this teacher at this academy that is a grump. No one really likes him. He gets stuck with the overwinter break duty of being the babysitter essentially for these kids called the Holdovers. And then through circumstance, only one kid remains, and then it's kind of like how they bond and how he kind of becomes not a grump anymore. And it's just such a heartwarming story, such a great movie. I literally just ordered it on Blu-ray off Amazon today because Walmart didn't have it. So I I need this. It's a movie that's going to work its way into my holiday rotation every year, and it's like the ultimate feel-good movie. So it's my favorite movie of the year 2023. Woo. This was at the bottom for me. Glad you liked it. I don't know what movie you're talking about. Which movie? Which movie? Which movie? Which movie? Which movie? Ah, I don't know. I don't know which movie Ryan was talking about there. But thanks. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So that does it. 4 hours and 35 minutes talking about movies with only one potty break. So I have to go potty again now. So, thank you for watching. If you watch this whole thing, if you watch it in pieces later on so I'm gonna leave it up on my channel just so you can watch it if you ever want to eventually. So thanks for watching. I'm gonna do one of these next January with all the movies I saw in 2024. So hey, if you like it, stick around for that. Should be pretty cool. So that will do it for the day. Been a long day. I'm gonna go do other things. Might go see a movie actually tonight. Who knows? I'll figure it out. I'm gonna go eat tortellini though. So thank you so much for watching. Have a great rest of your day.